Good morning, everybody. Is it okay with this echo? Right? Yeah. Well, we'll try. I'm happy that at this session of our symposium, we have a whole block reserved for the topic on ethics and aesthetics. Other 3 papers will be presented, so I can hope of quality comments and discussion afterwards, which are always helpful for the improvement of our arguments. The echo? I can't help.
If you can stay focused, then please continue.
Well, in this talk, I will explore Wittgenstein's idea in the Tractatus that ethics is transcendental and performative, and compare it with what is usually said about performative transcendental arguments or performative transcendental thinking in general, hoping that it will make Wittgenstein's position clearer, at least from different point of view. I'm discussing on the ethical rather than ethics because it is safer to say that there is no formulated ethics there in the Tractatus than to speculate about it. Wittgenstein's ethical, as we will soon see, has a much broader meaning than ethics or morality. Combined with aesthetics and religion, it represents a whole domain of intentionality or reality, if you prefer, which cannot be said, but only shown. And that he calls mystical. I'm especially interested in the cognitive aspect of the ethical. Ethics as logical method. Because ethics and aesthetics are one, aesthetics is also transcendental. The willing subject is transcendental, as well as metaphysical or knowing subject. Death is transcendental, and so is eternity. By contrast, science, when it describes and explains the objects in the world, is not transcendental. Transcendental relates to the notions of limit, the higher, and outside of the world. It is often accompanied with comments like, it cannot be expressed, it is mystical, it can only be shown. That does not hinder the transcendental to be cognized or noticed in a way, and the ideas about it to be conveyed as Wittgenstein does, despite being, technically speaking, nonsensical. Without being verbalized, conceptualized, or even understood, the transcendental makes logical, ethical, aesthetical aspects of life possible. When he writes on the transcendental subject, Wittgenstein uses the following illustration. Where in the world is a metaphysical subject to be noted? You say that this case is altogether like that of the eye and the field of sight, but you do not really see the eye. And from nothing in the field of sight can it be concluded that it is seen from an eye. But there is an eye, and it makes sight possible. Wittgenstein tends to describe the transcendental in a rather empirical or empiricist way, despite its being an invisible limit to experience. This leads us to the notion of the limit. Wittgenstein writes to the publisher Ludwig van Vicker, "My book, the Tractatus, draws limits to the sphere of the ethical from the inside, as it were, and I am convinced that this is the only rigorous way of drawing those limits." However, Wittgenstein's approach to the limit is not totally apophatic. The limit discloses something about what it limits, but also about itself, and even points to the unlimited. Thus, the ethical is the limit which points to or compels us to ask about some absolute value. Contemplating world as a limited whole seduces us to presuppose and think of the timeless or eternal. The temptation to cross the limit as the linguistic boundary between the sense and nonsense is made possible and even justified by the distinction between saying and showing. Wittgenstein considers the saying-showing distinction as the main problem of philosophy in a letter to Russell. Nevertheless, he submits to the temptation to say something about the inexpressible, and so do many of us, with much metaphysical delight, of course, for therapeutic purposes only. Wittgenstein's ethical shares its traits of an expressible limit with other transcendental spheres. Is there something specific to his notion of ethical? The book's point, the Tractatus, is an ethical one. The famous and baffling sentence from Wittgenstein's letter to Vicker, it has provoked a long debate, revived by the recent new Wittgensteinian interpretations. The ethical point does not mean that the Tractatus exposes an ethics. It does not. There is a plenty of ethical musings in the notebooks, but few of them found their way into the Tractatus. Wittgenstein does not offer a universal ethics and keeps his moral thoughts private and personal, but the Tractatus does emphasize the ultimate importance of the ethical, combined with the aesthetical and religious, as if he wanted to protect it from scientific reductionism of his time. So what is the ethical? The ethical has to do with the meaning of life, which emotionally colors all our activity. So he says the world of the happy is quite another than that of the unhappy. Values are often described in terms of emotions in Wittgenstein, but we should not rush to interpret their relation in an emotivist and purely relativist way. When he writes on the ethical, he sounds sometimes rather objectivist. The good life is the world seen sub specie eternitatis, we read in the notebooks. And the purpose of the Tractatus is to see the world aright. Ethics springs from the desire to say something about the ultimate meaning of life, the absolute good, the absolute valuable, as he mentions later in the lecture on ethics. The subject changes his world by postulating some meaning of life as an absolute value. How do we postulate the value? The value is perceived and shows itself in mystical experiences. Some of them, pretty precise ones, are mentioned in the Tractatus and notebooks. Then, most clearly, 3 of them are mentioned in the lecture on ethics. Amazement at the existence of the world, feeling of absolute safety, and feeling of guilt. And this is not exhaustive list. Of course, we could ask, where does the intellectual ethics which led him to write the Tractatus, come from. These mystical experiences should not be interpreted as ethical propositions obtained in a mystical way. They shape our values and behavior in a direct way, though it is not clear how that passage from experience to action happens and how the person makes decision. It gets more complicated when Wittgenstein insists that the ethical is performative and not theoretical. It cannot be thought of, but only can be shown by acting in an ethically significant way. Then acting is also not clear because his examples refer mostly to some sort of inner intentional action. The act of will is not the cause of the action, but is the action itself. One cannot will without acting. Willing is acting, he writes in the notebooks. And likewise in the later diaries. But an ethical proposition is a personal act, not a statement of fact. That is why he can say in the Tractatus, there must be some sort of ethical reward and ethical punishment, but this must lie in the action itself. What it means for the ethical to be purely performative and to be grasped as a value at the same time. There is no straightforward Wittgenstein's answer to this question, and it is difficult to reconstruct one. Wittgenstein's notion of transcendental has had different interpretations, but it is natural to ask whether it is related to Kant's a priori conditions of possibility. We read in the notebooks as the place which corresponds to another in Tractatus. Ethics does not treat of the world. Ethics must be a condition of the world like logic. This is clearly Kantian language. Logic is transcendental in that it conditions the structures of thinking about the world. Ethics is transcendental in that it conditions the meaning of all action in the world. However, the Kantian language will fit well if we don't mix Wittgenstein's ethics with Kant's ethics, but borrow the transcendental from Kant's metaphysics and apply it to Wittgenstein's ethics. Namely, Kant presents the transcendental as the form of thinking and experiencing, but it is not described as performative. Wittgenstein's mystical looks like an application of the transcendental analysis on the practical reason, which ends up pushing the imperatives and postulates into the sphere of the unconceivable and unsayable noumenon. We know that the Kantian notion of transcendental in Wittgenstein is mediated through Schopenhauer and which gives it a more practical role. Schopenhauer distinguishes between the willing subject and the knowing subject. Both are transcendental in their own way. He also puts ethics and aesthetics close together. We have seen that Wittgenstein does the same. But Wittgenstein does not share Schopenhauer's pessimism in ethics, nor the idea of radical self-renunciation. Nonetheless, I find studying Schopenhauer's influence in the Tractatus always helpful, although I cannot elaborate it here. Let us now turn to the performative transcendental arguments. Transcendental method examines the necessary conditions of experience, thought, or fact, especially those which are not empirically accessible and sometimes not even conceptually expressible. Historically, one would say they are a priori, but that is not that simple. Transcendental arguments use the strategy of exposing the contradiction between what is considered a false or unacceptable statement and its tacit presumptions. Some examples are Aristotle's defense of the principle of non-contradiction, Kant's argument against idealism, some arguments against skepticism, various paradoxes, such as the liar paradox. A special form of transcendental argument is that one which exposes the inconsistency between the content of a statement, its meaning, and the act of stating, which is affirmed in Latin in actu signato, is denied in actu exercito. Such statements are performatively self-defeating, though not in their meaning. For example, Jaakko Hintikka holds that the Cartesian cogito argument should be interpreted as transcendental and performative, because the contradiction Descartes rely upon is not the meaning of the terms thinking and existing, but the performance of thinking and the term existing. There is no self-contradiction in the judgment, he says, Hamlet thinks and does not exist. But there is one in I think and I don't exist. We can go a step further and wonder what else we can learn from the contradiction between the first person affirmation of performance and the denial of that person's existence. That's where some transcendental Thomists affirm to have caught an a posteriori, almost empirical ground or anchor for the term existence or being. If the contradiction is not between the terms thinking and being, there is obviously something else which escapes both the experience and the conceptualization and is the reason of contradiction. That something is the act. In other words, the performance as a fact. There is something which accompanies every first-person experience and first-person thinking, and that is the act of experience or the act of thinking. Thomists hold that being or existence is an act of being. It is not appearance nor conceptual instantiation, and it is different from essence, classically. Hence, it is not cognized as something purely a priori, but an a posteriori. Though it is not certain, it is not content of any perceptual experience, whether we speak of sensory perception or inner perception. Notice that the being in this understanding can only be shown, and it cannot be said, to use Wittgenstein's terminology. Of course, traditional realist transcendental ontology claims against everything Wittgenstein believed that the being can be conceptualized and can be said in the subsequent steps of its analysis, but that is a different debate. It is important they would agree that the being shows itself not in a statement, but in the performance. It cannot be shown as a content of perception, which is why radical empiricists misunderstood the cogito argument, but as the performance of perception. It shows itself to the first-person subject as something between the expressible thought and the perceptual experience, not unlike Wittgenstein's ethical and mystical. It follows that performance cannot be known, but as both transcendental and a posteriori. As such, it is a different sort of cognition, which is neither Kant's synthetic a priori nor an elusive analytic a posteriori. Wittgenstein is not the first philosopher, nor the only one who noticed and addressed the saying versus showing tension. He found it helpful to describe how the experience of mystical is possible. His way of reconciling it with the intellectual ethics of the early analytic tradition was to proclaim it inexpressible and nonsensical, though it was clear that the fact of being unsayable does not make it less important. Wittgenstein's notion of transcendental has Kantian roots, but its practical purpose and apophatic nature indicate the need of a more pragmatic interpretation, which can be found in the performative transcendental approach to ontology. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope my, at least English was clear enough.
Yeah.
The argument was not.
Thank you, Dalibor.
I have a question.
Do we have
if I can.
from the audience, perhaps please raise your hand if you have a question. Do we have questions from our guests online? Please feel free to ask a question.
Okay. So thank you for the very interesting contribution. And I would like to ask you, you said that transcendental in Wittgenstein, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, good. You said that transcendental in Wittgenstein has Kantian roots, and you said that, of course, Wittgenstein read Schopenhauer. But do you think there is a way to show or to deepen this topic about transcendental and, I mean, the relationship between Wittgenstein and Kant about transcendental? Because I think that Wittgenstein doesn't talk about transcendental, and it doesn't give a real meaning to transcendental in Tractatus, and this makes things even more difficult. Also, my second question would be, you said that between the meanings of transcendental there is to be outside the world, but this would make in any case ethical a nonsense, which would be outside the world. So I don't think this solve the problem to reconcile ethics with what is said in the Tractatus. I don't know if I made myself clear.
Yeah, I will try to respond. Your first question about the roots of the concept of transcendental, he obviously speaks, he uses that term, and we can presuppose that it has Kantian roots mediated through Schopenhauer. But of course, just a few minutes ago, when we discussed here in the corridor, it is clear whichever concept you recognize in Wittgenstein, or whatever concept he uses from the history of philosophy, you have to keep in mind that it has to be interpreted in his own way. So you cannot simply rely and say, okay, I don't say that it is simply Kantian, but of course it has some Kantian understanding mediated through a couple of other filters. So okay. Yeah, that would be more or less my response. If I remember the first question, please warn me
yeah, it was really a broad question. I'm sorry for this.
One was how we can improve our understanding of the transcendental. Well, obviously there is a whole field of interpretations. I was trying to connect it with something that we use, especially in performative transcendental arguments. There is one understanding of what transcendental can be. That's of course not what Wittgenstein had in mind, but it can, let's say, help us, and it has potential to interpret and use for the future work, even in transcendental performative arguments and transcendental method, how we can make some profit of what Wittgenstein says on the transcendental and ethical. But ethical, it is, when I read it, really, his ethical doesn't have much to do with ethics. So I try to make more profit of it from an epistemological point of view. It has, it warns us of some sort of, vision of reality, which is, of course, not to be discussed or not to have placed and not to be expressed in his opinion. But, well, that doesn't hinder us to discuss it. It doesn't mean that I agree with him in everything. So,
okay, thank you.
Helpful, I hope, at least, yeah.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Guillaume Decovet from Grenoble Institute of Philosophy, Grenoble Alpes University, France, with the topic Seeing the World, Sub Specie Aeternitatis, from Spinoza to Wittgenstein. Welcome.
So first of all, I would like to, can you see the PowerPoint presentation? The slide? No. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this Wittgenstein Symposium, the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, and the University of Zagreb. I would like to suggest that despite the fact that there are deep differences between the works of Spinoza and Wittgenstein, some features of Spinoza's conception of knowledge subsist in Wittgenstein's ideal of a view sub specie aeternitatis, and that those features are linked with intellectual difficulties involving the limits of any discursive explanation. Such difficulties may have led the both authors to include as a decisive point in their respective philosophical paths the idea of a non-discursive access to aspects of reality that show or indicate themselves without being in need for any application of a predefined method. Wittgenstein's original use of the Spinozistic expression sub specie aeternitatis in the last remarks of the Tractatus and in several entries of his notebooks is likely to result of an influence of the ethics, which is very indirect, so that the analogy between those two masterpieces may appear to consist mainly of a matter of presentation. Of course, the choice of an apparently systematic and scientific presentation for logical and philosophical ideas in the Tractatus can remind some readers the more geometrico of the ethics and the Latin title of the book, which was suggested by G.A. Moore, is intended to be a reference to Spinoza. But it is obvious that the Tractarian notion of the world does not fit with a strictly deterministic conception of nature, nor with the idea that there is a direct connection between wisdom and the adequate knowledge of causes, especially the causa sui, conceived as being a single immanent substance, absolutely infinite, from which every mode, including human beings, would be some part. On the contrary, the world of the Tractatus is a limited world, and this notion of a limit implies that the contemplation from the viewpoint of eternity must consist of seeing its contingent content from outside. Do such differences imply that there cannot exist any common characteristic in Spinoza's and Wittgenstein's respective uses of the Latin expression sub specie aeternitatis? We can first remark that although it seems clear that we cannot solve every problem of our daily life in the modern world by a view sub specie aeternitatis, Spinoza and Wittgenstein have in common a positive way of using this Latin expression, which does not refer for them to an infinite duration, but expresses the ideal of a timeless, objective way of seeing that can provide human beings with the supreme good, a way of seeing that is at the same time the highest rationality, the highest ethical attitude, and the highest happiness. In the history of philosophy, Spinoza is the first author to use this expression, sub specie aeternitatis, that may sound very difficult to translate into other languages, and which meaning is from the viewpoint of eternity, under a certain form of eternity, under the aspect of eternity, or under a gaze of eternity. In the concluding remarks of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, we can find some occurrences of the expression sub specie aeterni rather than sub specie aeternitatis, but several other texts of Wittgenstein suggest that he never intended to make a semantical distinction between those two formulas. For Wittgenstein, the view of the world sub specie aeternitatis is directly linked with what he terms in German das Mystische, in English mystical, the feeling of the world as a limited world, the contemplation of the world sub specie aeterni is its contemplation as a limited world. The feeling of the world as a limited world is mystical feeling. This idea that the world is a limited world refers to a notion that is not explicitly present in Spinoza's ethics. I mean the metaphysical or religious concept of transcendence. God does not reveal himself in the world, writes Wittgenstein in the Tractatus. But some remarks of the notebooks tend to present the view sub specie aeternitatis as being a way of contemplating the world itself, or in some cases, the present experience as being the world. The work of art is the object seen sub specie aeternitatis, and the good life is the world seen sub specie aeternitatis. This is the connection between art and ethics. The usual way of looking at things sees objects as it were from the midst of them, the view sub specie aeternitatis from outside, in such a way that they have the whole world as background. It is perhaps, in this view, the object is seen together with space and time instead of in space and time. Each thing modifies the whole logical world, the whole of logical space, so to speak. The thing seen sub specie aeternitatis is the thing seen together with the whole logical space. The view of the world sub specie aeternitatis is distinguished from the mere perception of a factual content. That is the usual way of looking at things and related to the immanence of the logical form. We can find in those remarks the expression of a distinction between what is inside of space and time and what is outside of space and time. That remains in the Tractatus, and that seems to fit with Spinoza's distinction between the concept of duration and eternity. For Wittgenstein, as for Spinoza, the idea of eternity is not the idea of an infinite duration, that is to say what some would term sempiternity, but the idea of something that is outside of space and time. We must admit that the remarks of the notebooks about eternity as a characteristic of a way of contemplating the world are very difficult to understand. Some of them may suggest that contemplating the world sub specie aeternitatis is equivalent to see that the present experience of every object or state of affairs involves the essence of the world, that is to say, the logical form of reality. But this ideal is not only a matter of logic, it is at the same time an aesthetic one. It defines ethics and appears to be a significant ideal for Wittgenstein's philosophical way of thinking, as we can see in Culture and Value, when he writes in some remark of the 1930s that style is the general necessity sine sub specie aeterni. It seems to me that there is a way of capturing the world sub specie aeterni other than through the work of the artist. Through as such a way, so I believe, it is as through it flies above the world and leaves it as it is, observing it from above in flight. Of course, the conception of an objective knowledge that would be independent of space and time is an antique epistemic ideal that was already associated by Plato to an ethical attitude towards the world. An original version of this ideal may be present in several texts of Bertrand Russell about what he terms the philosophical contemplation, but we know that there was a strong disagreement between Wittgenstein and Russell on this issue, so that Russell's alleged Spinozistic ethics does not represent a significant source of influence for Wittgenstein. Tolstoy's developments in his Gospel in Brief about eternity and its relation to the present as being what he terms the authentic reality may represent a more significant source of influence to understand the idea of eternity in the Tractatus. But the most significant origin of the use of the expression sub specie aeternitatis in Wittgenstein's writing is obviously the paragraph 34 of The World as Will and Representation, in which Schopenhauer presents his analysis of aesthetic contemplation as being a sudden change in the way the transcendental subject perceives reality. In this paragraph of the third book of his philosophical masterpiece, Schopenhauer intends to explain the process of aesthetic contemplation in order to explain what happens when we lose ourselves in the contemplation of a landscape, for instance. He tries to make a very bold synthesis between various philosophical theories, especially Kant, Plato, Indian traditional metaphysics, and he notes in this context, it is also what Spinoza had in mind when he wrote, "The mind is eternal to the extent that it conceives things under the form of eternity. Mens aeterna est, quod tenus res sub aeternitatis specie concipit. Ethics 5, proposition 41, scholium. If you have a look at this proposition, you can see very quickly that it refers to the third kind of knowledge. But this reference to the Spinozistic conception of eternity cannot provide the reader of Schopenhauer with a very useful elucidation, because the meaning of the view sub specie aeternitatis remains profoundly enigmatic for Spinoza scholars, including the translators of the Ethics. What did Spinoza mean by inventing this new Latin expression? Chantal Jacquet, a French specialist of Spinoza, emphasizes the fact that the view sub specie aeternitatis consists of a knowledge that is not only depending on the human understanding, because our understanding is a part of the understanding of God, that is to say, nature as the only substance that is infinite, according to Spinoza. In the treatise on the emendation of the intellect, the view sub specie aeternitatis was conceived in opposition to the view sub duratione. In the Ethics, this view expresses mainly a way of thinking that excludes any consideration of space and time. For Spinoza, this implies that the view sub specie aeternitatis makes disappear any idea of contingency. Conceiving the world sub specie aeternitatis means understanding that every concrete existence is the necessary result of causal determinations. As a modality of knowledge, the conception sub specie aeternitatis is not equivalent to the knowledge of the second kind, nor to the knowledge of the third kind, that is to say, the intuitive science. But this view is related to a form of contemplation of true ideas. For Spinoza, demonstrations are the eyes of the mind. So what remains is the idea of a view of true, maybe a true view that is not dependent on a personal viewer and that can manifest itself as being true without any reference to a specific method. As the light makes both itself and the darkness plain, so truth is the standard of itself and of falsehood. In his affirmation that there is no need for a method to find the truth where it has norma sui, the same paradigm of vision or contemplation remains a reference to express the Spinozistic ideal of knowledge. That's why Chantal Jacquet translates sub specie aeternitatis by the expression under a gaze of eternity. To sum up, one can say that the expression sub specie aeternitatis refers in the work of Spinoza to an ideal of knowledge that is at the same time objective, not depending on the characteristic of some human mind, not dependent on space and time. It is an understanding of necessity. It is a way of intellectual seeing or contemplating. It is not in need for any application of a predefined method. It seems to me that all those 5 characters of the ideal of the view sub specie aeternitatis remains in the writings of Wittgenstein. But this does not imply that there is a complete agreement between the author of the Tractatus and Spinoza. Despite the fact that they have in common the use of this Latin expression, they don't have the same philosophical ideal of knowledge. I think that the main difference between the 2 philosophers is about the content of the view sub specie aeternitatis. For Spinoza, this way of seeing the world is the positive knowledge of something that exists, for instance, an idea, a mode, or the infinite substance that nature is. When Spinoza writes that we feel and know by experience that we are eternal, he means that we know something about the idea of our body, and that must be coherent with his doctrine about the correspondence between the body and the soul, that is often called parallelism by Spinoza scholars. Anyway, the knowledge of particular things is obviously at stake in the contemplation sub specie aeternitatis, in agreement with the idea that the more we understand particular things, the more do we understand God. In opposition to this idea of a positive content, we find in Wittgenstein's Tractatus the fundamental ideas at the essence of the world, that is to say, the logical form of reality, which is the only necessity, is absolutely contentless. As a consequence, there is nothing in Wittgenstein's Tractatus that may be equivalent to the Spinozistic ideal of an intuitive knowledge of the causa sui in the Ethics. Nevertheless, the distinction between several kinds of knowledge, especially between intuitive knowledge and discursive knowledge, is a classical topic that was present in Wittgenstein's reflections when he was working on the text of the Tractatus. And his interest for the use of the expression sub specie aeternitatis by Schopenhauer makes it plain. What is really new in the Tractatus is that the idea of an intuition that would have a positive content disappears completely. To let Wittgenstein develop his famous distinction between saying and showing. Finally, viewing the world sub specie aeternitatis becomes in Wittgenstein's early philosophy an ideal that is closely linked to his conception of logic as being something sublime. That is to say a pure form that is the essence of the world and that would appear in intellectual knowledge, but as well in the field of arts, in accordance with Schopenhauer's interpretation of the experience of aesthetic contemplation. But the awareness of the limits of any discursive explanation does not lead Wittgenstein to a philosophy of intuitive knowledge. The non-discursive access to reality is not the content of an intuitive knowledge, but something else that Wittgenstein terms showing itself. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Do we have any questions from the audience? Are there any online questions? We have one question.
Thank you. I find the topic and both the argument very interesting and helpful. It doesn't have directly to do with your argument, but you have studied this expression and you mentioned once that it was Spinoza that first used it, from what I understood, yes, that you found it in philosophy. I was always wondering a little bit, as I said, that expression somehow has its kind of, maybe not history, but maybe I'm not really sure, in spirituality and in very traditional preaching. You know, it says, you know, remember to look your life under the light of eternity, and so you will not sin. It has a very kind of moralistic thought behind it, as it is used most frequently. You know, I would say Christian preachers would use it and remember the last things, as the scripture says, and so you will always do good. It has somehow the burden of responsibility. It carries that expression has the meaning of, yeah, be responsible in a way. Yeah? And then it is connected with the feeling of guilt, because when you are responsible, of course, you feel some guilt in it. I'm surprised that Wittgenstein, for example, he doesn't connect that kind of ethical thought of responsibility and guilt with the expression sub specie aeternitatis or eternia. So it's a little bit surprising for me that he doesn't use it, because in other places, as I mentioned one in lecture of ethics, he speaks a lot about guilt, and he connects in some other impressions not this expression, but his ethical must have some, in some cases, this kind of connection with responsibility. But I'm a little bit surprised that it doesn't appear, because in all these interpretations, in Spinoza's roots, it has a kind of a rather epistemological role, this expression. In Schopenhauer, it's more aesthetical, and it looks like that in Wittgenstein too. So I would like to hear maybe just your thought about it. Where does the whole issue of responsibility come in Wittgenstein's ethic, and maybe in this subspecie aeternitatis?
Thank you for this interesting question. And yes, the ideas of responsibility was very important for Wittgenstein's personalytics, and it appears in his lecture on ethics, but not clearly in the Tractatus. Maybe in some remarks of the notebooks, where there is a connection between the idea of duty and the goodwill, and religion, and ethics and aesthetics. And one interest of the very specific use of this expression that we find in Wittgenstein's writings is that there is a connection between aesthetics, ethics, religious matters, and logic at the same time, because for the early Wittgenstein, logic is something sublime. Not for the last Wittgenstein, but for the early Wittgenstein. So that's one of the interests of this expression. Maybe I need to complete the history, the long history of this expression. But in Spinoza, there is this Latin expression, sub specie eternitatis, that seems to me to be a new way of using the idea of eternity. But the idea of eternity has a very long and complex story, including in spirituality, of course, because it is a decisive idea for several religious beliefs and several forms of spirituality. But I think that there is something new in the way Spinoza uses this expression. And this expression in Wittgenstein, it comes indirectly from Spinoza. He read Schopenhauer, and the paragraph 34 of the world as will and representation mentions Spinoza. But we can note that Schopenhauer is not extremely precise in his argumentation. He provides us with a kind of romantic representation of the idea of intuition in aesthetics, but he tries to make the connection between several influences that are very different.
Thank you. Do we have maybe more questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jordi Farjus from the University of the Balearic Islands, Spain, with the topic Ethics in Transcendental, Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus 6.421.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Hi, could you share this, allow me to share the screen, because I'm trying to share my presentation and it's not letting me currently. Oh, thank you very much.
Jordi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, we cannot hear you very well, so I would kindly ask you just to wait a few moments, please.
Is it any better now?
Oh, it's so much better. Yeah.
Ah, great. Let me just share. There we go. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Sec.
That's all right. Just take your time.
It'll be 1 second, just sorting the presentation out so it works properly. Oh, okay. Okay, so in theory, you should see my presentation now, I think. Okay, so, well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's been a wonderful conference thus far and really interesting session. My talk's going to latch on to many of the things that have been said already, and hopefully it can sort of generate an interesting debate as it ties into both the previous presentation and the first one. So I'm going to be talking about the proposition 6.421, ethics is transcendental. So my aim throughout the talk is basically to shed some light on Wittgenstein's ethics, and specifically I want to offer a novel interpretation of Wittgenstein's claim that ethics is transcendental. In order to accomplish this, what I'm going to do is structure my talk into 4 main parts. First, I'm going to talk about logic in the Tractatus, and this is simply because since we have no clear notion of transcendental, it's never defined in the Tractatus, it may be helpful to first see how Wittgenstein thinks about logic being transcendental in 6.13, as it may give some indications, because he's a lot more explicit about his ideas on logic rather than his ideas on ethics. After that, I'll talk about 2 interpretations that have been discussed by Kelly and Kershaw, and sort of outline the problems I've got with these kind of interpretations. And second and third section will mainly discuss ethics in the Tractatus to provide sort of a general outline of what I think the transcendental ethics may be. And finally, I'll talk about 2 little amendments I want to do to this final version that mainly has to do with sort of the Kantian interpretation that we've generally have of the Tractatus, or the transcendentality of Tractatus. So having said that, I'll start with the talk. So as many of us know, logic plays a crucial role in Wittgenstein's understanding of pictures and representation of the Tractatus. He argues that any picture representation of the world must share its logical form with the world, and all pictures must be logical pictures. So we cannot picture the world outside of logical pictures because, and this is quoted in 4.12, we should be able to station ourselves with propositions somewhere outside logic, that is, say, outside of the world. So there are no such thing as meaningful illogical thoughts or illogical propositions. A picture that does not share its logical form with reality, a picture that does not share its logical form with the reality it depicts fails to abide by one of the constraints imposed on pictures, the other being that it must represent the existence or non-existence of a state's affairs. So as such, logic, which is a prior to every experience, structures our experience of the world, and it pervades the world, so to speak. So all these suggestions provide quite a straightforward and Kantian interpretation of Wittgenstein's claim that logic is transcendental. Specifically, it suggests that logic is a transcendental condition of our picture or representation of the world. Namely, it's a condition of the possibility of the world as the object of thought. And all pictures which constitute our experience of the world must be logical pictures. They must share the logical form with the world they depict. Accordingly, logical investigation is not concerned with anything in the world, but rather with the constitution of the world as an object of thought. The parallel with Kant's transcendental philosophy can help us further understand how Wittgenstein may have understood the notion transcendental in the Tractatus, which in turn can help us provide an adequate interpretation of 6.421. So, according to Kant, transcendental philosophy, and this is quoting Kurzella, is concerned with the necessary conditions of the possibility of cognitive experience, and in this sense with our mode of cognition of objects, its task being to draw the limits of possible knowledge claims on the basis of a transcendental philosophical account of their a priori conditions of possibility. Similarly, Wittgenstein's investigation of the logical laws that govern thought is an investigation on the conditions of possibility of thought. Let's say Wittgenstein's logical investigation and Kant's transcendental philosophy are both concerned with how we constitute the world as an object of thought. It seems reasonable to conclude, therefore, that Wittgenstein and Kant's understanding of the notion of transcendental does not differ substantially. So claiming that X is transcendental would come to mean something along the lines of X is an a priori necessary condition of the possibility of a certain cognitive experience. For instance, if we return to the case of logic, we may conclude that 6.13 simply states that logic is an a priori necessary condition of the possibility of cognitive experience. Specifically, is an a priori necessary condition of the possibility of picturing and representing the world. So this takes me to section 2. This sort of Kantian interpretation of the notion of transcendental is quite widespread among Wittgenstein scholars that work on his ethics. First, I'm going to consider the proposals of Kelly and Kircher, and then I'll turn to proposals which I'm more sympathetic towards. So in this section, I mainly discuss some of the problematic features inherent to their proposals. So Kelly and Kircher have both offered interpretations of 6.41 that involve understanding ethics as being a priori necessary condition of the possibility of a cognitive experience. However, both proposals seem partly problematic. So Kelly argues that for Wittgenstein, both ethics and logic are transcendental. They provide the conditions for the possibility of certain experience. So logic constitutes a logical space, which makes it possible for us to picture facts to ourselves in propositions. Meanwhile, Kelly argues, ethics is transcendental condition of the possibility of experience the world as a miracle created by God, thus constituting the ethical space that allows us to give meaning and value to our life. Namely, ethics provides a unifying perspective on life and the world that constitutes the ethical space that can introduce value and meaning to our life. Without logic, there would be no facts, and without ethics, there would be no ethically neutral contingent facts. The biggest issue with Kelly's interpretation, for me, seems to be stems from the understanding of the ethical space as involving an experience tied to viewing the world as a miracle created by God. So Wittgenstein does openly mention God in a few propositions of the Tractatus, and he definitely discusses it widely in the notebooks. The issue is that the remarks that we can find in the notebooks are no longer present in the Tractatus. So Wittgenstein only mentions God in these 4 propositions. I believe I can quickly read them. 3.031 simply says it's used to be said that God could create anything except what would be contrary to the laws of logic. The truth is that we could not say what an illogical world would look like. 5.123 says if a God creates a world in which certain propositions are true, then by the very act, he also creates a world in which all the propositions that follow from them come true. And similarly, he could not create a world in which proposition P was true without creating all its objects. 6.372 states that people today stop at the laws of nature, treating them as something inviolable, just as God and fate were treated in past ages. And then 6.432 that says how things are in the world is a matter completely indifferent for what is higher. God does not reveal himself in the world. So my contention is that none of these propositions seem to support Kelly's claim that ethics involves viewing the world as a miracle created by God. The first propositions discuss the idea of God briefly in order to make a point about an altogether different issue, which is neither theological nor ethical. For instance, Wittgenstein is not positing or arguing in favor of the existence of God. Furthermore, 3.031 and 6.372 seem to label the belief of God as sort of a certain ancient tradition. Meanwhile, 6.432 could loosely be understood as an admission of the existence of God. Nonetheless, this is irrelevant for the issue at hand, since an admission of the existence of God does not entail nor suggest that ethics involves viewing the world as a miracle created by God. So the main issue with Kelly's proposal here is that the passages that he uses are mainly stem from the notebooks, but there's no longer the textual evidence to support in the Tractatus. Therefore, it's unclear why we should accept it as a correct interpretation of the Tractatus. So this takes me to Kircher's proposal. So Kircher argues that ethics is transcendental in a Kantian sense as well. Specifically, he says that it's conditioned for the possibility of responsible action. However, this proposal seems to be problematic for 2 different reasons. First, Kircher's interpretation seems to conflict with Wittgenstein's distinction between fact and value. So Wittgenstein explains that there cannot be ethical value in the world as it would cease to be valuable. However, Kircher is proposing that ethics is concerned with responsible actions which are part of the world. So this runs against this distinction between fact and values, because no action in the world can inherently possess ethical value since it would cease to be value, as Wittgenstein notes in 6.41. And the second main problem with Kircher's proposal is it argues that ethics is to be understood as transcendental in a Kantian sense, i.e. that it's a condition for the possibility of an experience. However, it seems inadequate to state that a responsible action is a certain cognitive experience that is involved in how our mind constitutes objects in order to experience them. Kircher's proposal, therefore, seems to be an inadequate interpretation of 6.421. So in what follows, what I want to do is study Wittgenstein's ethics in the hope of determining what cognitive experience requires ethics as an a priori necessary condition, and therefore provide what I think may be an adequate interpretation of 6.421, which avoids the issues discussed up until this point. So what I'm going to do throughout section 3 is speak about an ethical experience of the tractators, especially when discussing ethical will and the rudder of life. And then after I sort of structure Wittgenstein's ethics in the first Kantian interpretation we could have of the transcendental character of ethics, I'll turn in section 4 to 2 amendments that should be introduced due to the differences between Wittgenstein's understanding of the transcendentality and Kant's. So having said that, I'll move to ethics in the tractators. So Wittgenstein states in 6.41 that ethics must lie outside of the world. So the world is composed of accidental facts that cannot inherently possess ethical value, and ethical value is characterized at the same time as necessarily non-accidental. Thus, if ethical value did exist in the world, it would be itself accidental and cease to have value. The inexistence of inherent ethical value in the world suggests that Wittgenstein's ethics shies away from what we ordinarily associate with ethics. For instance, ethics does not involve a series of ethical laws or precepts that we must abide by when acting in the world. Wittgenstein will not provide an ethical theory which allows us to classify our actions in the world as morally good or morally bad. Nevertheless, he still believes that ethics concerns what is ethically good and ethically bad, and that it involves ethical reward, which must be something pleasant, and ethical punishment, which must be something unpleasant. But what is Wittgenstein's ethics about? How can we discern what is ethically good from what is ethically bad? How can we obtain ethical reward and avoid ethical punishment? An answer to this can be found in sort of 2 topics that I intertwined, and this is sort of a general reading that I'm providing, extracting from the existing literature on the topic. So I'm going to try and be as less controversial as I can. So on the one hand, Wittgenstein introduces the ethical will in 6.423. So the ethical will should not be understood or confused with the will as a phenomenon, which Wittgenstein discusses briefly in 6.37 and 374. The will as a phenomenon amounts to what we ordinarily understand as the will, a certain wish or desire. Meanwhile, the ethical will does not lie in the world, nor does it alter any specific occurrence in the world. Conversely, the ethical will can only alter the limits of the world, making it the world wax and wane as a whole. So altering the limits of the world makes it become altogether different. The good exercise of the ethical will leads to a happy world, while the bad exercise of the ethical will leads to an unhappy world. So this means that despite both worlds being composed of the same facts and objects, the happy world is a ethically meaningful one and valuable one, and the unhappy one is ethically meaningless and valueless. But the question here is, how does the ethical will alter the limits of the world and allow us to see the world as something valuable, meaningful? So it's generally accepted that the good ethical will involves a certain attitude of acceptance of the world, while the bad ethical will involves being in confrontation with the world. So I'm not going to delve into all the intricacies of this issue here, as it exceeds sort of the scope of my talk. And what I'm going to do is just offer a brief characterization to further my interpretation of 6.421. So as I said before, the good ethical will must alter the limits of the world so it becomes altogether different. So this is accomplished through viewing the world as specie aeterni, i.e. feeling the world as a limited whole from outside in space and time. So in situating ourselves outside space and time and changing the way we view the world and feel the world as a whole, we are able to change its limits. Specifically from this view, and following Hughes here, we see that no part of the world is privileged or preferred to another. All the facts that compose the world stand at the same level. They're inherently valueless. So once we acknowledge that the occurrence of one fact instead of another is not ethically relevant, the world becomes altogether different, and we're able to live in acceptance with the world and its occurrences. Thus, in viewing the world as specie aeterni, we thereby see and feel the world as a limited whole of something meaningful and value. So, in other words, only through a good ethical will can we experience the world sub specie aeterni as something valuable, despite the inexistence of ethical value in the world. And this sort of is one of the cornerstones of Wittgenstein's ethics. So, on the other hand, we have the problem regarding the meaning of life. So, Wittgenstein introduces the riddle of life early in 6.432, where he states that contingent facts or the possibility of living eternally will offer no solution to the riddle of life. And this is due to the fact that eternal life within the world only perpetuates the riddle, so to speak. So the meaning and sense of life in the world must lie outside the world. So more specifically, the solution to the riddle of life in space and time lies outside in space and time. It is to be found in the view of the world as specie aeterni, hence why it cannot put into words. Thus, viewing the world as a limited whole as something valuable and meaningful entails viewing the world as specie aeterni, namely giving sense and meaning to our life and the world. And this is accomplished through having a good ethical will and experiencing the world as specie aeterni as a limited whole, something valuable and meaningful. So, having examined Wittgenstein's ethics and the Tractatus, we can now return to the issue at hand, that is, in what way can we say ethics is transcendental? What cognitive experience is involved in this ethics? So the first possible answer would be that ethics is transcendental condition of the possibility of an ethical will. However, this seems inadequate since Wittgenstein does not seem to conceive the ethical will as an experience, strictly speaking. Another alternative might be to suggest that ethics is transcendental condition of the possibility of giving meaning to our life. Nevertheless, this response also seems inadequate given that solving the riddle of life rests on a more fundamental experience, i.e. that of viewing the world from a perspective that shows the valueless world as something valuable. So, in turning here to Guzel and Abergris, they've offered really interesting insights to provide a question to the an answer to the question of why ethics is transcendental in the Tractatus. So, on the one hand, Guzel argues that while logic is concerned with the world as an object of thought or representation, ethics is concerned with the possibility of a different particular mode of experience in the world. Specifically, ethics deals with the experience of the world, which is itself valued in meaningless as valuable and meaningful. Meanwhile, Abergris argues that while logic deals with necessary preconditions of symbolic representation, ethics, and by extension also aesthetics, deals with the necessary preconditions of those experiences that Wittgenstein calls mystical. Specifically, ethics deals with the experience of feeling the world as a limited whole under the aspect of eternity. So here, both Abergris and Guzel resort to different ethical experiences in order to offer interpretation of Wittgenstein's claim that ethics is transcendental. So it seems that we are faced with a choice. We can either claim that ethics is a transcendental condition of the possibility of valuing the world, as Guzel suggests, or feeling the world as a limited whole under the aspect of eternity, as Abergris suggests. So what I want to suggest is that both alternatives are insufficient and are inadequate interpretations of Wittgenstein's claim in 6.421 if we take them alone. And this is because despite abiding by the definition of transcendental outlined earlier in section 1, Guzel and Abergris seem to portray an inadequate image of Wittgenstein's ethics. This is due to the fact that valuing the world and feeling the world as a limited whole under the aspect of eternity are not separable experiences. As I explained earlier on when discussing Wittgenstein's ethics, Wittgenstein's ethics and its understanding of the ethical will and the riddle of life, solving the riddle of life, is not possible to value the world without viewing the world sub specie aeternity and vice versa.
2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So valuing the world entails viewing the world sub specie under the aspects of eternity and vice versa. So these are not two different experiences that are separable, but rather they are one and the same experience. Yeah, so treating this experience as two independent and autonomous experiences and opting to focus on uniquely one of them and leaving the other side portrays an inadequate image of Wittgenstein's ethics and leads to a misguided interpretation of his claim. So despite these problems, I think that the solution is that both their proposals are quite interesting in the sense that they point in the right direction, but need to be combined. I'll say that Wittgenstein's ethics again involves one unique experience, that is that of viewing the world as specie aeterni, as a limited whole, as something value. And it's this experience alone that is required to have a good ethical will, some of the rhythm of life, and so on. So I believe that it's reasonable to conclude that ethics is transcendental condition of this experience and this experience alone. I.e., ethics is the transcendental condition of the possibility of viewing the world as specie aeterni, as something valuable. So now I'm going to quickly fly through this in 1 minute. If there's any questions, I'm sorry I mistimed because of the starting of the presentation, but here we go. So despite the progress that we've achieved, the issue with the issue I have with this particular understanding of the transcendentality of ethics is that I've mainly employed the Kantian definition, and the Kantian definition doesn't sort of adapt to Wittgenstein's particular treatment of transcendentality in the Tractatus. Thus, we need 2 amendments. So the first one has to do with Decadero's deflationary understanding of the transcendental character of logic in the Tractatus. So Decadero simply explains that when Wittgenstein writes that logic is transcendental, he's not suggesting that it's a condition of either representation or the world. And this is because the idea of condition introduces this mechanistic and external relation between logic and representation, which is wrong. And it seems to conflict with several of Wittgenstein's propositions. And what Decadero proposes is an alternative interpretation, where she argues that logic, instead of being a condition for, is internal to or constitutive of the correlation of representation on the world. And this sort of deflation in the understanding of the transcendental logic enables to maintain the idea that logic is necessary and indispensable for representation, while avoiding some of the problematic ideas that stem from the idea of condition. So I think this should also be applied to ethics, simply because if he has this idea with regard to logic, it's probably inherently brought into ethics as well. So the idea would be that ethics is to be understood as internal to or constitutive of viewing the world as specie aeterni, something valuable. And the Second Amendment simply has to do with up until now, I'll be talking about cognitive experience, but in ethics, it's wrong to talk about our cognitive experience in the Tractatus. And this is because, on the one hand, it's paradoxical to state that there's an experience that is ethical. Again, there's no ethical value in the world. An experience is something that occurs within the world. There's a lot of this issue in the lecture on ethics, where Wittgenstein insists that experiences cannot reveal anything that's ethical. And on the other hand, we have the issue of cognitive, which is also clashes with many of the remarks in the Tractatus. In order to overcome these issues, I believe that it's necessary to introduce an amendment that adequately captures how Wittgenstein uses the notion of transcendental in 6.421. And specifically, I want to suggest that ethics, rather than being constitutive or internal to a certain experience, it's constitutive or internal to a certain view of the world. And this view of the world, as I explained before, is the mystical view of seeing something to specie aeterni as something valuable. So once we take all this together, we get to the last interpretation, that's the one I want to defend, that is ethics is transcendental insofar as it's internal to or constitutive of viewing the world as specie aeterni, that is, on the aspect of eternity, as something valuable. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll be delighted to answer any questions. And sorry for the time.
No problem. Thank you very much. We have 3 more minutes, so if anyone wants to ask a question, please don't hesitate. We have 1 question.
Thank you, and well, I will give you a minute because I understand that the last topic that clarified the idea of cognitive experience was very important, and we had to skip it quickly. So can you just maybe clarify in a sentence or 2, what do you think when you say cognitive experience, and how an experience can be non-cognitive? What do you think about that? So do you have a wider or narrower notion of cognitivity, what it means?
Okay, so in fact, I can actually share the presentation because it has to go through it. So according to Kant, sort of cognitive experiences, or the condition of an object, has to do with how our mind constitutes objects in order to experience them, and which is accomplished generally through mental representation of objects. So we can say that logic is internal to or constitutive of cognitive experience due to the role it plays in mental representation of the world. but it seems far-fetched to me to extend these considerations to ethics and suggest that it's a transcendental condition of a cognitive experience. And firstly, because there's no such thing as an ethical picture or ethical mental representation of the world. And again, the other issue is that according to Wittgenstein, there is no ethical value in the world. So there are no ethical objects, facts, or properties that could be represented by our mind, so to speak. So when I talk about cognitive, it has to do more with the cognition of the world rather than the distinction between cognitive and non-cognitive. But even if we do speak about the distinction between moral cognitivism, moral non-cognitivism, it seems Wittgenstein's early work is more aligned with moral non-cognitivism in the sense that there are no moral judgments that are true in virtue of representing how the world truly is, which is generally the position that's held by moral cognitivism. And he seems to sound like fall more on the side of moral non-cognitivism. I hope that answers the question to an extent. But yeah, that was the idea behind it. It's just there's no cognition of objects because there's no pictures and there's no objects to be cognized.
Well, before we decide, shall we continue with the discussion? I would just like to check, is Mr. Ricardo Gonzalez Santana online? Because he should be our next speaker. And if he is not online, maybe we can continue with this discussion and more questions, because we have one question online as well. You can ask this question.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very good. I just had one question. You made a peripheral remark about how you did not think it was useful to refer to the notebooks in articulating your understanding of this. And I was wondering just why exactly you take that approach to the notebooks, especially if we look at the textual continuity from the notebooks to the proto-tractatus to the tractatus. Most of the sections that deal with ethics in the notebooks, the specific passages that do survive to the tractatus are unaltered. Granted, they're removed from their original context, so on and so forth, but they still seem to have, or seem to suggest, in my opinion, some form of continuity. And so I was wondering why you want to push against that. Thank you.
I guess I made myself, I must have sounded more aggressive than what I intended, unfortunately. But no, my issue with Kirsch is not his use of the notebooks per se. I don't mind using, I think notebooks are really handy tool to have when discussing Wittgenstein's ethics, purely due to the fact that there's more content and we can sort of get a better idea of what's going on. The issue in Kirsch's case is the fact that he's latching onto something that has no continuity into the tractatus. So, wait, no, it was Kelly, not Kirsch. I think I got that one the other way around, I think. Yeah, it was Kelly. So Kelly mainly focuses on the role God plays in Wittgenstein's ethics in the notebooks, which is really prominent. But my suggestion is that it's not really a really good interpretation of the tractatus due to the fact that God falls out of the picture completely in the tractatus, or in the ethics of the tractatus. Thus, I see no textual evidence to support the claim that it's still relevant within that discussion. So that's where the issue lies. I don't have any issue with using the notebooks. I generally, as long as it has some kind of textual support in the tractatus, and that's what's missing in the case of Kelly's proposal concerning God as a part of the ethical in the tractatus, which to me seems weak at the moment. But any other inclusion I'm well in for, and it's generally really helpful to include the notebooks. I hope that answers.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I guess I misunderstood you, but yeah.
No. It's on me. I generally, when I talk about the notebook, sometimes I'm overly aggressive and I shouldn't. But thank you very much. I'll avoid that. I'll modify in the paper to make it clearer. But thank you very much for the question.
Of course.
Okay, do we have more questions? Well, if not, thank you, Jordi, very much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming in for the questions.
Since our last speaker in this session didn't show up, we will make a coffee break now and see you again here at 11:25. There should have been 4, but since one participant is not going to come, we will allow for each speaker to talk 5 minutes longer, or you can decide to have a discussion 5 minutes longer, whatever suits you best. The first speakers are Lucia Sabolic and Alan Svetkovic from the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, University of Zagreb, with the topic Herbert's and Wittgenstein's contribution to the reconstruction of pedagogical counseling.
Test. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear professors and fellow colleagues. My name is Alan Svetkovic, and it is my honor to talk to you today about the topic of contribution of Herbert and Wittgenstein in the reconstruction of pedagogical counseling. Encouraged by Wittgenstein language games, the authors consider Herbert's term Zucht and his understanding, or to be more precise, misunderstanding, in the history of pedagogical theory. Founder of pedagogy as a scientific discipline, Johann Friedrich Herbert, starting from the ability to be educated, nurtured, and taught of the student, uses the German term Zucht to describe moral guidance or counseling. And in addition to that teaching, he set it as a form of nurture. Nurturing teachings are based on a cognitive educational process that support the student in acquiring knowledge and experience. Moral guidance is based on a dialogue that supports the nurturing process and development of moral character of the student. In all forms of nurture, as well as counseling, the educator recognizes the student as a being who develops and learns, who is able to ask questions and to understand the answers and change their points of view. The ultimate goal of nurture is summed up in the idea of morality, and virtue expresses the purpose of nurture. According to Palečić, the professional activity of pedagogues is often not based on pedagogy, but reaches for terms and concepts from other sciences. As pedagogical counseling becomes pedagogical, it is a challenge for theoretical thinking that should form the basis for concrete forms of counseling in practice. Exploring and restoring the original understanding of the term Zucht is crucial in the reconstruction of the pedagogical counseling from the pedagogical perspective. In this paper, this will be attempted by Wittgenstein's demand for clear and precise terms, of which meanings are created within the language games that consist in the concrete use of language. Wittgenstein's approach to the practical use of language from a pedagogical point of view indicates the importance of a correct understanding of terms and rules for their active use in communication. Therefore, it is important to acquaint the student with the rules of those language games. Herbert warned of the need to put pedagogy on its feet. This primarily means that pedagogy must use its domestic Einheimisch, or domestic terms, that is the original pedagogical scientific concepts. Using those concepts, it establishes itself as an independent discipline, which allows it to adapt to new situations and circumstances. Zucht, or pedagogical counseling, belongs to those original concepts which best characterize the distinctive scientific approach to the phenomena of nurture and education. According to Herbert, the empirically and theoretically oriented sciences of education should rise above the hermeneutically based practical pedagogical attempts. That is, it must try to theoretically explain the possibility of nurture. To this day, this has failed to materialize in its full meaning. Hence, the duration of the controversy in the interpretation of the term Zucht and the implementation of it in pedagogical practices. By that, pedagogy renounces its basic concepts and use and becomes a province of other sciences. and other policies, for example, counseling or psychotherapy. Therefore, it becomes managed from the outside, as Herbert would say. By not understanding its own basic concepts, pedagogy loses its identity and thus can have a negative impact on the quality of education of future generations. By properly perceiving and analyzing fundamental terms, such as the term Zucht, pedagogy can return to its original purpose. As time passes and language changes, terms often lose their original value and weight. Therefore, it becomes even more important to reanalyze the underlying terminology we use. Zucht, in its etymological meaning, belongs to the pedagogical domestic terms characterized by nurture and guidance, and it originated from that perspective. It is inherent in it, and it is original to it. That means that it should not be taken in the meaning that the concept has in other sciences and other language games. The term Zucht is often, even in our country, translated in a literal as a discipline or restraint, which is not an appropriate translation because Herbert, according to Benner, derives this term not from the German term Zuchtigen, but from the term Ziehen. German authors translate the word Zucht differently, as a nurturing attitude or as a call for self-nurture. In this paper, we use the latest definition of the word Zucht as moral guidance of Professor Benner. Wittgenstein's reflection can be of great help to us in the correct understanding and use of terms such as Zucht. The meaning of an expression is valid only when both parties use the same expression in the same language game. The problem becomes even greater when the term is translated from one language to another, because words that mean one thing in an original language can mean something completely different in a language into which it's translated and in which language games are performed. What we saw earlier with Herbert's Zucht getting lost in translation and in German language, not necessarily in a sense, but in understanding the expressions used. We cannot be sure that we are using the same expression in the same sense today as at the time of that expression's origin. So we need to start with the time when analyzing and defining all words. Language and language games are in a constant change. They develop with every human social interaction. Subtly but surely, language changes, grows, and spreads every day in all areas of human activity. We need to be aware of this when we study language and deal with it scientifically. Just as history can be understood by looking through the prism of the time in which significant historical events took place, so too language should be viewed in a broader context of their origin, use, and evolution over time in generations. In nurture, human progress as a species is evident, and we must carefully consider how we want to raise children. That is, what kind of future do we want to achieve? In the same way, we must consider how our previous generations passed on knowledge to us, what has changed from that knowledge, and what has remained the same. Finally, by reconstructing Herbert's term Zucht, we can conclude that Herbert was the first in pedagogy, not only to use the term nurturing teaching, but also pedagogical counseling. He founded the theory from the pedagogical perspective. When it comes to the philosophers who founded the new concept, the time in which the philosophers worked and lived, language games which were active at the time, and social values that are often forgotten because they are so temporal, were of particular importance. All language games are being replaced by new ones. Older terms are being adapted to new ones, and some terms, through their adaptation, are gaining a completely different meaning than intended. This has its role in language development, but it complicates the hermeneutical process of discovering fundamental meaning. We must therefore be careful in analyzing terms such as Zucht, and Wittgenstein's philosophy of language becomes even more important as it enables us to perceive language as something that changes through time. If we become aware of this, we can, through scientific methods, rediscover wisdom and knowledge that may have been lost through the evolution of language games. Ahead of us lies great challenges and responsibilities. By acknowledging that, we begin to understand our history and the intentions of our older generations. This concludes the presentation on the contribution of Herbert and Wittgenstein in the reconstruction of pedagogical terminology. Thank you. Any questions?
We have one question.
Hi, thank you for your talk. Can you hear me clearly? I think so, right? I have just a suggestion actually that I actually might, I don't know if you would actually implement in your work, but since you're talking about Wittgenstein and pedagogic counseling even, there is some work, actually a bunch of work on what we may call the pedagogical reading of Wittgenstein's works. And what maybe I could recommend, since you are seemingly talking about the relationship between a professor and his students, for example, is the ones that relate with Wittgenstein's Dictionary for Elementary Schools, which was published in English recently. And the author who translated it, or at least was one of the persons who translated it, was the professor Desiree Weber. And she has a lot of work trying to show how his experiences as a teacher at the time in elementary schools in Kirchberg had actually changed his views on philosophy. And they are integral, and we should look into it. And he's not like a bad teacher as biographies tell that he hurts his students, but actually he was a very good teacher that had very different ways of teaching. And another, so I think that might actually help, like, to see how his real teaching was and how he dealt with his students, like how he guided them throughout these teachings and education. And so maybe a question is that, at least from what I could gather and reading the abstract, you mentioned that Wittgenstein had intentions to do, like to find or define precise notions in his language games, like precise definitions of precise notions in language games. I don't think, maybe I'm misunderstanding your use there, but I don't think that's actually the case. Like, I think that the idea is quite different from that, in the sense that we shouldn't seek preciseness. Like precise, the concept of preciseness is imprecise. Like we can't delimitate a meaning of a word. It just depends on context and very open. I mean, of course, there is some level, some degree of preciseness, but I'd say one of the major theses of the philosophical investigations is against preciseness and against the philosophical traditional tendency to seek for that. So I don't know if maybe I understood something wrong.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. Precisely because of that, the context of the words changes through time and through different use. Because of that, Wittgenstein can help us in determining the terms, such as the Herbert term "sucht," which has been translated not quite correctly. So if we approach the terms with the language games, the concept of language games and how the language changes through its use, then we can try to reconstruct the original meaning behind the terms. So Wittgenstein can help us in that.
I see. Thank you. So it's kind of a method of understanding the origin, genealogy of the word. Okay, thank you.
Do we have more questions? Because we do have the time, so this is rare opportunity for a bit longer discussions. That would be all then. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Valeria Kotyakina from People's Friendship University of Russia with the topic Wittgenstein's criticism of the introspective method of cognition of the nature of consciousness.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
We can see the presentation as well.
Okay, thank you. So, the topic of my presentation is the Wittgenstein's reasons for criticism of the introspection method of cognition of consciousness. And I want to start from the general structure of my work. And the introduction includes the purpose, relevance, and method. The main part of the article reveals firstly the grounds for Wittgenstein's criticism of introspection, and secondly, his theory of consciousness. And the last one is the answer to the question of how and in which context we can use the introspection. The last part of the paper highlights the result of the study and the direction for further research. Let's start with the theory of consciousness, which Wittgenstein presents to us in the philosophical investigations. Wittgenstein divides brain and thought process, and between them there is a gulf that doesn't allow us to understand and to know consciousness as a psychic phenomenon. The information that enters our brain with the help of senses is connected to consciousness through understanding. I have compiled a schematic structure of the stages of the order execution. First, a person receives an order from the outside. He accepts the order with the sentences, with the senses, for example, by his eyes or by his ears, and this is accompanied by brain process. At this time, thought process appear accompanied by understanding. And the main question to which we still don't know the answer and lies in the field of thoughts and understanding. How do they appear and how do they have exactly the form that we have in consciousness? At what point does understanding come to us? And perhaps the main question is how we can know this process. That's the question of methodology of cognition. Regarding methodology, Wittgenstein is generally considered a behaviorist. He believed that introspective method of cognition is meaningless and unreliable. Wittgenstein compared subjective states such as pain to a beetle in a box. Every person has such a box, and everyone describes the contents of this box, but these descriptions are the only one thing that we can know. Whether the descriptions really match the contents of this box and whether there is nothing in this box at all, we are not able to find out. now we can talk about the Wittgenstein's reasons for criticism, the introspective method, like a method of cognition. First of all, the use of epistemological terms in relation to a conscious experience is meaningless. Wittgenstein argues that no one can talk about knowing subjective states. It's meaningless. I know that I'm in pain, equal I'm in pain. We don't have to say I know. Subjectivity of the introspective method is another reason for criticism. Wittgenstein gives many examples of how the same thing can be viewed in different ways. One of these examples you can see on this slide. It shows that different people can see in different ways. One person can see on this picture a rabbit, another one can see on this picture a duck. And the third reason is a human factor. How can we trust a person's statement about his introspective experience if we cannot verify the authenticity of these judgments in any way? And the last reason is that introspection cannot give knowledge about the meaning of words. I explain this further. So it turns out that introspection is ineffective for cognition. However, as an act of gazing by which we capture our subjective states, introspection is necessary. Using the example of the definition of the term self, Wittgenstein shows the meaning of introspection as an act of gazing. An introspective definition of self reveals not the meaning of the word self, but it's the attention of a philosopher mentally pronouncing the self and striving to analyze its meaning. So introspection doesn't determine the meaning of self. It's possible to determine this meaning only in language games. This means that the information we receive through introspection is not significant for cognition. We can only know the outward criteria of this inner process. As a critique, I will cite the argument of John Searle, who argued that the ontology of the mental is essentially a first-person ontology. Indeed, we can only know the true intentionality of consciousness from behavior superficially, and the subjectivity of the mental cannot be known at all from the third person. And these two properties are essential features of the mental. In conclusion, Wittgenstein criticizes the introspective method of cognition since it doesn't provide reliable knowledge, but introspection is still the only one method of initial knowledge about consciousness, about the existence of consciousness in general. And the introspective method is the only one method allows us to capture the features of the truly mental. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Valeria. Do we have any questions from the audience? We have one question.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you for your talk. I would like to just make a suggestion, maybe, just because I kind of tried one time to also investigate something closely related to this. And in my work, at least, I found out that maybe the best approach or more suitable approach, more compatible maybe, to relate Wittgenstein's later works with theories of consciousness would be actually to avoid a little bit what you're actually showing that he criticized, like to provide a more positive account of what would be consciousness according to a later Wittgenstein theory, let's say, would be to go more into radical cognition, radical and active cognition theories. Have you heard of it? Like Daniel Hutto and things like that. They have a lot more in common. Actually, they explicitly talk about Wittgenstein's work as being the foundation for their theories on cognition and consciousness, and they are very different from the traditional, let's say, theories of mind and theories of consciousness. And perhaps looking into that radical and active cognition theories, or even other 4E cognition and activism in general, would be a nice approach if you're trying to also provide a more positive account of what the consciousness is and what cognition is according to a Wittgensteinian framework. But yeah, just this suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any more questions? Well, in that case, thank you very much, Valeria. Our last speaker in this session is Claudio Fabroni from Humboldt University, Berlin, Germany, with the topic Questioning the Body, Certainties Between Epistemology and Psychopathology.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee that gave me the possibility of being here. It is my first time ever as a speaker at a conference, and I'm very excited about it. So, to understand why my presentation is called like that, we have to do a little journey in the early analytical philosophy. At the beginning of one of his most important papers, Proof of an External World, George Edward Moore quotes a famous passage from the Critique of Pure Reason, in which Kant argues that it is a scandal to philosophy that anyone is unable to oppose any satisfactory proof to the one who would think of doubting the existence of things outside us. In trying to go against such sceptic views, in another important paper, A Defense of Common Sense, Moore begins by listing a whole long list of propositions which may seem at first sight such obvious truisms as not to be worth stating. And yet, this is a set of propositions, he writes, every one of which I know with certainty to be true. To the set of truisms just outlined belong empirical propositions supposed in the first person, such as these, that there exists at present a living human body, which is my body, that this body has existed in time without interruption, that I had feelings and experiences, that there are other human beings like me that had similar experiences and feelings, and all these kind of propositions. To more, what is here said is known equally well by every other human being, with no exceptions. In fact, he writes, each of us has frequently known with regard of himself or his body a proposition corresponding to each of the propositions he listed. Moore's position is defined, therefore, in arguing that the common sense view of the world is, in certain fundamental features, wholly true. In proof of an external world, in fact, Moore asks whether it is possible to prove the existence of any of these things. To him, the answer is not only affirmative, but actually many proofs can be given, and indeed, and I quote it, each of which is a perfectly rigorous proof. Immediately afterwards, he asserts that he can prove now, for instance, that two human hands exist. This proof is very famous, it's being widely discussed, but we won't do it long. And he does it by holding up his two hands and saying, here's one hand, here is another hand. And by doing this, he thinks that he has ipso facto proved the existence of external things and then of an external world. According to Moore, this proof can be rigorous because the premises are such that he knows with certainty that they are true and does not merely believe it. In fact, he writes that he has no doubt conclusive reasons for asserting that I am not dreaming. I have conclusive evidence that I am awake, but that is a very different thing from being able to prove it. For him, the field of knowledge is wider than the field of provable knowledge. And indeed, he argues shortly afterwards that I can know things I cannot prove, like the truisms we have mentioned earlier. So Wittgenstein faces these ideas in his last notes that fall editorially under the name of uncertainty. Wittgenstein wants to show how Moore was bewitched by the word to know, pointing out how he was fascinated by a certain imaging of knowledge that, so to speak, prevented him from really asking himself what to know means. According to Wittgenstein, Moore essentially assumes two things. Firstly, that the statement, I know, can't be a mistake, since it describes a state of affairs which guarantees what is known and guarantees it as a fact. And secondly, that there can be an inference for such an utterance, like, I know that P, to the truth of an assertion, like it is the case that P. Wittgenstein reproaches Moore for having assimilated the concept of knowledge to completely different concepts, such as believing or surmising. When someone tells us that they believe something, it makes no sense whatsoever to doubt that they do not. Of course, one can always think that this person is lying to us, but it would be very weird to think that he is mistaken, that he is wrong in telling us such a thing. This is true for the concept of believing, but not for the concept of knowing. In fact, the proof of the fact that I believe a certain thing is to say that I believe so. But the proof of the fact that I know a certain thing is certainly not the fact that I say that I know it. To know, as opposed to believe, is a factual verb. It implies the truth of its complement. In its correct use, the notion of to know refers to the idea of compelling grounds, since only these make certainty objective. I know refers to the possibility of proving the truth. So when Moore lists everything he knows, he makes protestations, says Wittgenstein, which prove nothing at all except his subjective certainty. And you can do nothing against someone who, in a sceptic spirit, says to him, I believe it merely strikes you as if you knew it. There is no point in claiming to know such things, because every compelling ground that can be given in their favor actually presupposes them. This is a famous objection to Moore, which underlines his actually very strong petitio principii that he commits. From Wittgenstein's point of view, Moore makes a grammatical mistake here. In fact, in order to provide an adequate premise for his proof that the external world exists, he claims to know that there is a hand here, which is his hand. But what distinguishes knowing that there is my hand here from knowing, for example, that the planet Saturn exists? Or why doesn't Moore mention a fact that is known to him, but not to every one of us? Perhaps because Wittgenstein presses, Moore wants to say that knowing that here is a hand is different in kind from knowing the existence of the planet Saturn. Indeed, Moore's answer seems to have to be this. The two kinds of knowledge are different because one of them
Claudia, can you just hold on a second because we have to look at some technical.
I'm sorry?
Hear you. Okay, just give us a few moments. I'll let you know when you can continue with your speech.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for your patience. You can continue. We have plenty of time, don't worry.
Okay, thanks. So I'm not sure where I was. So okay, I guess that I was at the point.
You were telling, I'm sorry, you were speaking about the difference between the knowledge about your hand and the knowledge about Saturn.
Okay. So another thing that Wittgenstein says is why doesn't Moore mention a fact that is known to him, and not to everyone else? And his idea is that maybe because Moore wants to say that knowing that there is a hand is different in kind from knowing the existence of the planet Saturn. And indeed, Moore's answer seems to have to be this. The two kinds of knowledge are different because one of them is indubitable and primary. The second one, in fact, takes its physiognomy of knowledge only by standing out against the background of an already present linguistic game. In Proof of an External World, Moore tried to say that there is something that can be described as an immediate and thus unquestionable knowledge. To him, it would be absurd to suggest that I did not know that these are my hands, but only believe it, and that perhaps it was not the case. At the meantime, it seems to be implied that the hypothesis that I did not really know that there is a planet Saturn would not seem as absurd. In fact, Wittgenstein observes that it's not difficult to imagine that one could discover that the luminous phenomenon we had associated with planet Saturn originated in some other way. But why should the first hypothesis be absurd and the second only highly improbable? Moore's answer seems to be that, admitting the first hypothesis, one could then as well suggest that I do not know that I'm now sitting and talking, that perhaps after all I'm not, and this is not quite certain that I am. In short, Moore's answer could be articulated in a question that, if I'm not sure of these, of basic things like these, what can I really be sure of? And from here we get to the pivotal point of uncertainty, which is underlined in section 151. Moore does not know what he asserts to know, but it stands fast for him, as also for me and for everybody else. This is part of our method of doubt and inquiry. To Wittgenstein, there are propositions from which I cannot depart if I want to continue playing the linguistic game we live in. Some propositions are indubitable and incontestable, not because they are entirely true, but because to contest them would be to knock from under our feet the ground on which we base our judgments. The difference between questioning that those are my hands and that the planet Saturn is there then consists in the fact that the former does not, as the latter does, bring into play a determinate truth or a particular cognitive content, but rather the very criteria of our giving ourselves a cognitive content. Most truisms, thus, are propositions that are not higher than the human linguistic game, but propositions that exhibit its backgrounds, horizons, limits, and contours. We will not really be able to understand someone who doubted that he had a body or that his thoughts were really thought by him. If we had these doubts, if we really could not possess these certainties, none of our linguistic and even existential games would be of any value, because everything would slip into the oblivion of doubt, and there would be no longer anything of which we could be sure. In fact, Wittgenstein writes that I cannot doubt these propositions without giving up all my judgments. And in the same spirit, that here a doubt will seem to drag everything with it and plunge it into chaos. Such propositions are indubitable not because they are proved beyond the shadow of a doubt, but because they are not subject to doubt at all. And Wittgenstein writes, there cannot be any doubt about it for me as a reasonable person. That's it. In other words, reason shows itself not only in asking and doubting something, but above all in not asking and not doubting something else. Since there are things about which one cannot be mistaken or have false beliefs if one wants to remain within the horizon of meaning. And about this, Anthony J.P. Kenny writes that reasons can be given for a mistake and thus fit the mistake within the realm of what someone knows right because of perhaps a rational justification, but unacceptable in our game, but only causes for a mental disturbance. Kenny speaks here of a mental disturbance because if those mistakes become increasingly puzzling or even systematic, I could, or indeed should, stop treating them as mistakes. Perhaps I could treat them as a joke, or rather, I could begin to treat the words of the person that says them as pathological manifestations, as symptoms of some mental problem. Wittgenstein gives the example of a friend that one day starts seriously to say that he had lived for years in a place in which he didn't, or claiming to be someone he is not. If he is not joking, I could not treat these words as normal mistakes. In this case, my behavior towards him would certainly change. I could ask myself what could be the case of his reverie, but I would certainly not seriously evaluate its content, since it would be not what he is saying to be investigated, but the one who is saying those things. His words would thus be excluded from language, from the realm of meaning. If someone said to me that he doubted whether he had a body, I should take him to be a half-wit, writes Wittgenstein. But I shouldn't know what it would mean to try to convince him that he had one. And this is because having a body is one of those unquestionable certainties whose denial we could not really understand. It is, albeit in an unreflective way, at the basis of all our actions as human beings. Proprioception is in fact something indispensable to our sensing ourselves. And in fact, as Oliver Sacks writes, the body normally is never in question. Our bodies are beyond question or perhaps beneath question. They are simply, unquestionably there. No one can sensibly question this. And yet, Oliver Sacks expresses himself by saying that normally this is not in question. But when is it? The neurologist's answer is the same as the one to which Wittgenstein is leading us. When reason fails, when we have perhaps a neurological problem. In short, when we depart entirely from the normal order of sense. In questioning certain things, we can no longer participate in the language game, and within it we enter the realm of illness. In the third chapter of his most famous book, The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat, Oliver Sacks tells the story of Christine, the disembodied woman. We are told about her that Apollinaris had completely taken away her proprioception, which means that she cannot sense herself, that she doesn't know that there's a hand here or her body without looking at it. Christine suffers from a neurological impairment. She is identified as someone ill. She ended up outside the linguistic game of people with reason, in that logical category of abnormality, which in our game falls under the concept of pathological. With regard to this discussion, Sacks adds that her situation is and remains a Wittgensteinian one. In the same vein, the one according to which contravening certain cornerstones of our language game implies that the combination of words is being excluded from language, withdrawn from circulation. The belief and hyperbolic doubt that, for example, I'm not alive, that all my loved ones, despite having the exact same external appearance and behavior, are in fact replaced by imposters, that someone else is in control of my actions, or that the thoughts in my head are not my own, are not legitimate doubts about the word, but in our game are symptoms of psychiatric problems such as Cotard delusion, Capgras delusion, delusions of alien control and thought insertion, often linked with schizophrenia. In short, such doubts are constitutively excluded from our way of seeing the world and characterized as illnesses, anomalies. Otherwise, it will be the total destruction of the linguistic game we inhabit, and therefore of the world as we know it. That is, what we label as pathological, it is not such in itself, but it is something that we cannot let enter in our epistemic game if we do not want to lose the ungrounded grounds that make each of our linguistic and epistemic acts as they are. And so, even if psychopathologies have some objective features and damages that can be identified, this discovery comes only after the implicit decision of our being in the world to test those people that go against the foundation of that being in the world. Then, these kind of implicit certainties are something that we need to found our epistemic behavior. They are what shows itself in all our saying, in all our affirming and denying, before any searching, and therefore also of every finding and every losing. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio. We have one question.
Hi, Claudio. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you for your talk. Very interesting. I would like to first make a small suggestion. Maybe I believe you are. I think you said this was your first presentation, right? So congratulations for that. But also, it would be nice if you would also mention, if you have seen it, there are other passages from uncertainty that could help you when describing why some hinge propositions or hinge certainties, when we abandon them, we might have some psychological consequences. For example, the 225 or 234 and 5, which I call a holding fast metaphor, which would be in German festhalten, which is a very bodily metaphor in the sense that he's talking about how we have to really have a tight grip, like we have to hold fast to the certainties. And then he kind of goes from there. And but also, really, there's a bunch of others. I think this one is the one you mentioned. There's a bunch of others that I call psychological metaphors, or actually naturalistic metaphors, which I maybe could show you the way I interpreted them in an email or something, which might help you. But the question is, I don't believe in your talk you mentioned the name of any reading or any author you're following, like, because I believe you know there is a bunch of different readings of what hinge propositions are, or hinge commitments and whatnot. And you seem sometimes to be closer to a reading of Moyo Sharok, Danielle Moyo Sharok, that she believes in, like she goes into the idea of hinge certainties, and she talks about linguistic certainties as well, but she actually has a taxonomy of those hinge propositions. And for example, some hinge propositions, actually for her, they're not propositions, they are certainties, which are different. So some hinge certainties, if we abandon them, then we might fall in those psychological consequences. But others are not so drastic. So maybe you could use her taxonomy and kind of specify more clearly if you're only talking about, for example, hinge certainties related to the body, or what she calls animal certainties, which would be more related to our instinctive behaviors or ways of acting, for example, because there are others as well, other types according to her. But also sometimes you were kind of speaking of hinge propositions as if they were knowledge somehow, even though you were, of course, pointing out the way Wittgenstein criticizes Moore. To me, it wasn't very clear if you actually subscribe to for example, a epistemic reading or non-epistemic reading, because the Moyo Sharok is clearly non-epistemic. For her, hinge certainties are not knowledge at all, but there are others readings who subscribe, have different opinions. For example, Duncan Pritchard, and I believe you might know those. I just kind of missed in your talk your position. I wanted to know the way you position yourself in this debate. Thank you.
So, thank you for your question or your questions. They are really interesting. To answer rigorously in this order, so I've not added a lot of parts of uncertainty just because I didn't want to make the presentation too long. But yes, you're completely right. And so I've read Moyo Sharok, and I think it's visible looking at my presentation. But I personally don't endorse her idea of a non-epistemic certainty somehow, because there's, to me, there's a little problem about animal certainty, which is the same kind of problem that Annalisa Koliva points out. So I don't think that Wittgenstein wanted to underline an animal certainty that we have, because he wouldn't obtain anything from saying that we act instinctively in ways that are not categorically immune from doubt, because they are not guided by propositional attitudes. This has never been a problem for skeptics like Descartes or Hume, which would be very happy to concede this move. The point is, I think, that if these animal certainties wouldn't be enough to somehow go against skeptic doubt, because if it would come out that these are just habits, they can be rooted how much you want in our being human, but this will just demonstrate that skeptics, what skeptics have for a long time affirmed, which is that our practices, that our epistemic practices, are not rationally founded. And as a consequence, I think this wouldn't be a way of exit from skepticism, and this would lead to the fact that uncertainty would be just a non-answer, something that could be easily played by skepticism, and also accepted, like, okay, if things are like this, we're right. So I stand more with the fact that they are, before epistemology, these certainties found epistemology, because, as Wittgenstein says, the foundation, if the true and false are decided, starting from a foundation, the foundations cannot be cannot be themselves founded and cannot be themselves true or false. They're just the foundations, and yeah, which opens a very broad chapter about epistemology. But I stand more with the fact that they are not animal certainties, but somehow they are propositions. Maybe you don't think about them. Maybe are never been thought about any human being. That, I don't know, the words that I write on a paper, or that numbers that I write down to calculate, don't change themselves when I'm not looking, and therefore every calculation of every sentence that I write is always wrong. But even if it's not like that, I don't think these things are animal certainties. Like, they can be propositions, and I think it makes more sense also about the problem of skepticism, that they are propositions just with a different epistemic value, which is that they are foundational. Also because not every foundations last forever, which is another thing that Wittgenstein points out, like the river metaphor. Some way, somehow, things can change. And if things can change, this means that nothing is animal in the sense of rooted in our nature. I guess this is my idea about it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? All right. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
So this was the last talk in our session. We will have a lunch break now, and we will continue with our sessions at 1:30. Before that, I just have one information for all speakers present here in Zagreb. You can find your attendance of your certificates of attendance on the entrance of the faculty, and I would kindly ask you to pick them up during this lunch break. The lunch is served at the end of the hallway on the right. So we will continue at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back, and welcome to the student session 2A. Thank you for joining us. This session contains 3 talks. Each talk should be at most 15 minutes long, followed by 5 minutes discussion. Our first speaker is Martina Kopnik-Zomberger from the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, University of Zagreb, with the topic Ludwig Wittgenstein, Picture Theory.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share my screen now with the rest of you. Please tell me if you can see the presentation. I would like someone that listens to Zoom, maybe they can.
Yeah,
Thank you.
See the presentation as well.
In the next 15 minutes, or hopefully less, I'm going to say a few words about Ludwig Wittgenstein's picture theory. Every great theory in history or an idea has its origins, has its story. And just like Isaac Newton had his when the apple fell on his head and he got the law of gravity, regarding Wittgenstein, the picture theory of meaning was inspired by his reading in the newspaper of Paris courtroom practice of using models to represent the relatively new phenomenon of automobile crash. What's immediately striking about this is that such representation is not what most people would immediately think of as an example of a picture. They used toy cars and dolls to represent events that may or may not have transpired. And in the use of such models, it had to be stipulated which toys correspond to which objects and which relations between toys were meant to represent which relations between those objects. This same predilection was of the image of a model can be found in the Tractatus in the remark 3.1431, which states the essential nature of the propositional sign becomes very clear when we imagine it made up of spatial objects such as tables, chairs, books, instead of written signs. The mutual spatial position of these things can then express the sense of the proposition. Given that, and since I mentioned the proposition, it is good to mention that the picture theory is also spoken of as the theory of propositions. And that is mainly because of the 2 reasons. First, it indicates that we have a theory of representing not by means of propositions, but by propositions themselves. So a theory of how the propositions determines what it represents, its sense. And secondly, a proposition is complex, and so we have to determine what the suggestion that the species of representing in view essentially involves complexity in the representation. Putting these 2 together, the idea appears of a proposition as something that determines its sense by means of its eternal structure. Regarding Wittgenstein, he means by proposition, he means something that determines its sense by means of correlation between the mode of combination of its constituent symbols and the structure of its sense. Such a structure correlation between a proposition and its sense implies, of course, a correlation between the elements of the correlated structures. Correlating the structures means correlating the elements. Wittgenstein declares that we make to ourselves pictures of facts. Subsumed by this claim is another, which has been taken as the basis of his picture theory, that says the proposition is the picture of reality. Now, the essence of this theory is that what shows what logically simple names or primitive signs are used in propositions without the logical framework of propositions. These signs are meaningless. So while the meaning of a sign is the object it goes proxy for, it is impossible to elucidate the meaning without a proposition that shows the connection between the name and the object it goes proxy for. Here comes the fun part. In explaining what is expressed by the sentence, that being the reality that corresponds of the sense of the sentence, one must make use only of the component parts of the sentence. This is because we understand the meaning of the sentence being ignorant of everything except those parts. So to say that the sentence expresses a proposition because there is an element of the sentence that expresses a proposition raises the corresponding question of how the element expresses a proposition. Wittgenstein recognizes here that we are forgetting a feature the component parts have besides the fact the name or denote what they do. There is the fact that the parts stand related one to the other in the way they do. So it is the fact that the words of the sentence stand related one to the other represents the things named as standing related one to the other. This is the fundamental idea in the Tractatus, and from it emerges Wittgenstein's picture theory and the doctrine of showing. Wittgenstein's insight is that the sentence is a fact, just as what it represents is a fact or a possible fact. And because the sentence is itself a fact, comprising objects standing in a certain relation, Wittgenstein's metaphysical views about the character of facts and objects apply directly to the sentences and names, or namely facts and objects, and are essentially to understanding of his account of the unit of that sentence. If we were to apply his remarks about facts very literally to sentences which are themselves facts and force an exact parallel between language and the world, the parallel would be this. Sentences which are facts are composed of objects, specifically names. If the world comprises the actual combination of objects, then by analogy, language would comprise the actual combination of names, those names standing in certain relations. So the names determine all the sentences that could be uttered. They determine the form of language, since they determine what sentences are possible. The names are independent of the sentences in which they occur, in that they can occur in other possible sentences. Well, what Wittgenstein thought we must construct, that we should construct our sentences in a way that reflect the possibilities of combinations inherited in things. So the structure of the names is a proposition that shows a possible state of affairs, because the structure of the names is the structure of the possible state of affairs. Now we have to ask ourselves one question, and that is, can there be any correlation of the actual relation between the names on the one hand and the actual relation between things on the other that makes the sentence represent things as related in the way it does? Wittgenstein says there must be something in the proposition that is identical with its reference, but the proposition cannot be identical with its reference, so there must be something in it that is not identical with the reference. So there must be identity and form between the proposition and what it represents, for it is an identity of the form, which was defined on the slide before, that enables the proposition to represent something which is a fact or a situation. It is a form of common to the representation and to what it represents, and it allows for the truth or falsity of the representation, and it is a form common to the representation and something that really exists. So Wittgenstein has to distinguish between the form of the representation, which is the possible way that the names can combine, from its structure, the actual way that the names are combined. He doesn't think that there is a single thing that can explain both what is represented and the way it is represented. The role of the form is of the representation is to explain what the representation represents, whether truly or falsely. What propositions represent is reality. More particularly, what is represented has the form of the state of the affairs, because the propositions represent that which is the shared common form, and it shares from its states of affairs. Now, since we're talking about representing and depicting, what is, for one thing, to be a picture of another thing? What should be said here is that no theory of representation can be fully convincing unless it accommodates or explains our intuition that not any picture can represent or depict anything. Any adequate theory of representation, it seems, ought to accommodate our intuition that for P to represent X, some sort of resemblance between P and X is needed. Therefore, representation or depiction is seen as something we do with objects. The plain fact is that a picture to represent any object must be a symbol for it, stand for it, or refer to it. And that to no degree of resemblance is sufficient to establish the requisite relationship of the very reference. So we can simply put it, a picture represents or depicts a subject when and only when the parts of the picture have the same logical multiplicity as the parts in the subject represented, and appropriate rules are assumed relating picture parts and relations to the parts and relations of the subject represented. So P can represent or depict X if and only if P has the same logical form as X, and vice versa. A P does not represent or depict X when we choose a set of rules which correlate the elements and relations of X with the elements and relations of P. I've mentioned two expressions, and those are representing and depicting. They are mostly said to be very similar, but are they truly? We are about to find out. So in 2.21 remark, Wittgenstein, that is the only remark in which Wittgenstein talks about proposition, both as representing and depicting. Namely, what makes representing possible is that the names in the proposition deputize or act as proxies for some simple objects and are found in a certain structure which indicates how the objects they go proxy for are meant to stand in relation to one another in the situation. So this is how the proposition may be said to construct or put together its sense. This is why Wittgenstein needs a necessary condition for representing the thesis that the form of the depiction is that through which the proposition represents whatever it may represent. So since the proposition represents how reality could be, and it may turn out that reality is exactly as it is represented, or else it may turn out it isn't so. Whenever its sense agrees with reality, the propositions is said to depict it correctly, and whenever its sense disagrees with it, it said it depicts it incorrectly. In the case of depicting, when a proposition P represents its sense and has its names coordinated to the reference P, P will automatically depict reality correctly whenever there is a fact in reality that is identical to that which the proposition represents. The proposition P will also automatically depict reality incorrectly whenever that which is in the contrary to what it represents turns out to be the case. So to sum up the whole thing about representing and depicting, although those two notions is that linguistic expression, those two linguistic expressions correspond to distinct relations. So in other words, representing and depicting are both relations that obtain between a proposition and something complex, but representing is not depicting, and vice versa. To end with, this picture analogy offers us a lot that is stated here on the slide. So Wittgenstein's picture theory of meaning succeeded in explaining the possibility of falsehood, but unfortunately it failed to explain the nature of logical truth because of the unutterability of the atomic propositions it posited. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Martina. Do we have any questions or comments from the audience? We have none. No. All right. Thank you, Martina. We will continue with the session. Our next two speakers are Dennis Sarikar from the University of Hamburg, Germany, and José Antonio Pérez Escobar from Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, Switzerland, with the topic Purifying Applied Mathematics and Applying Pure Mathematics, how a late Wittgensteinian perspective sheds light onto the dichotomy.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen. Let's see if it works.
You can see. All right.
Okay, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll go to presentation mode. Okay, great. So as I said, thank you for listening to us today. We are José Pérez, myself from ETH Zurich, and Denis Sarikaya from the University of Hamburg. The title of our talk is Purifying Applied Mathematics and Applying Pure Mathematics, How a Late Wittgensteinian Perspective Sheds Light onto the dichotomy. So the purpose of this talk is to elucidate the difference between pure and applied mathematics, because these two concepts are a bit fuzzy, and the philosophical investigations on the elucidation of this dichotomy are not very coherent between themselves, and this is a messy topic. But at least we can start from the fact that there is a sociological division between pure and applied mathematicians. So there's, for example, people that would consider themselves applied mathematicians, others that would consider themselves pure mathematicians. And we think that the late Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics can help us contribute to the distinction between these two traditions. For this, we will first draw from a classical interpretation of the late Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics by Penelope Madi, and we'll claim that this interpretation is not is a bit incoherent and also is faulty for our purposes, which is to demarcate pure and applied mathematics. After this, Dennis will talk a bit more about what pure and applied mathematics are and where the differences may be. And after that, we will move to a second and more recent interpretation of late Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics. We will claim that this interpretation is better, it's more suited for this purpose, but it is insufficient. So finally, we will build on this newer interpretation in order to have a better picture. So first, I will introduce the classical exegesis of late Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics in the context of the demarcation between pure and applied mathematics. So Wittgenstein, according to Madi, says that both pure and applied mathematics have prose. This is both applied mathematicians and pure mathematicians say things about what they do. However, it is not prose what we should look at according to the late Wittgenstein and according to his notion of meaning as use. That's not the relevant level of analysis. What we should look at is at the applications of mathematics, about what mathematicians do, about what they say. So Madi takes a few claims from the late Wittgenstein, from the RFN, where Wittgenstein says, for example, that it is essential to mathematics that its signs are also employed in mufti. That is, that they are used outside mathematics. And because applied mathematics is used in mufti, has applications, but pure mathematics doesn't have applications, pure mathematics is only prose. That is, it is meaningless prose, which has no applications, and which is not supported by anything, and doesn't support anything, and doesn't support anything. In this interpretation, Madi takes in mufti to mean directly applicable. And because pure mathematics cannot be directly applied, it is meaningless, it is language on holidays. Now, the problem of coherence here is that then how do we answer questions like how does pure mathematics grow? So if we say that it's not supported by anything, then we would say that it grows by mere deduction. which is against the line of thought of the late Wittgenstein. But now, Dennis will talk about what pure and applied mathematics are a bit more in depth.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe I should already apologize. I have a baby here, and when he cries, Jose will take over to also do my part, but let's hope that he stays happy. So the first point we wanted to make, which would resemble the purifying applied math, is that there is proper theory building in applied math as well. So the person working on graph theory or dynamical system might also tackle questions just on theoretical basis. For instance, solving a question from theoretical computer science like P equals NP might not have any impact at all. Maybe we could show that every problem could be solved in polynomial time, but it might still have a constant of 1 billion years, and so nothing would change. This would still be a central problem of applied math. And this also can be somehow seen, like in the sociological structure, say already mentioned, as there are different assignments in different universities. So graph theory, for instance, here in Hamburg is a pure field, while in Bonn it's in the now looking at the other side, that applied pure math is also more applied than the interpretation of the vocation would suggest. So there is a very Wittgensteinian element there that math educators are very aware of. When a child learns to deal with natural numbers, we normally don't start with the piano axioms and allow the child to deduce things, but we start with fingers, with real-world objects, so that there is an embodied practice, so to speak, where numbers belong to. And just when such a practice is really understood, we start to iterate this abstraction process. But in the end, there are still proper ties to the real world, so to speak. We might move from numbers to rings, to more abstract algebra, to category theory, but in the very first steps, there were still finger counting and counting of discrete objects. And to that direction, 2 further points. One here, there are also always unintended applications like cryptography. From one moment to the other, something in pure math, number theory is the cornerstone of our modern internet technology. So these ties to the real world are often unforeseen, but they might still be there. So, and now the final point, it's also not true that we are only working by deduction, as there is and pure math has often a very flowery language. So here are like 2 drawings which are called like filters, which just pick out large elements. So we refer somehow to the real world vision and bring into scientific practice. So that's from my part, and now back to Jose. Oh. Or
do you want to talk about this?
Okay, maybe, okay, then I will do. He's back quiet. And the main difference is, I would say, that there are like different standards of the evaluation of the success. In an applied field, it would be okay if something doesn't embed into the bigger research landscape, just works locally for a given problem. That's not that much the case for pure math. There we have like inner theoretical standards, things like beauty, things like connections to other pure fields. But this is just a standard of evaluation and not, so to speak, in the math. The same piece of math could be found in both sides of the division. Okay, but now, say maybe take over.
Okay, so as we see, the differences between pure and applied mathematics, besides the sociological division that there seems to be, is that instead of the difference of symbols, there seems to be like different criteria of evaluation of those. The immediate consequence that we see is that Wittgenstein is wrong. Pure mathematics, as Dennis has said, it is not detached from the world. in order so that it can grow like hanging in the air. And also it doesn't grow in any way that it makes it unsustained by the world. So pure mathematics and the world have some more or less direct or indirect connection. And it is for this reason that we look at a different interpretation of the late Wittgenstein's philosophy of mathematics, which is Dawson's interpretation. Is relatively recent from 2014. What is the difference between these two interpretations? Well, Dawson's Wittgenstein extends the notion of meaning as use, while Mavis Wittgenstein, as we said, takes in mufti to mean direct applications. Dawson's Wittgenstein also includes indirect uses in the notion of meaning as use. So because pure mathematics has indirect uses, it still has uses, and because it has uses, it has meaning as use. So there is something just beyond prose to pure mathematics. There are also applications, even if these are indirect applications. One example is, imagine you have a given technique, which you may call a technique from applied mathematics, technique A, and by the derivation of the symbols of pure mathematics, you may arrive at a technique B. So this bridging role of pure mathematics from technique A, technique B is an indirect use. So we get that pure mathematics is supported by something, it comes from the world, and it supports something, at least so far, it supports indirect applications in the real world. And therefore it is meaningful according to a late Wittgensteinian perspective. However, we know that there is a problem here that needs to be stretched a bit more. So it is the problem of what is the meaning of meaning as use. So what is use exactly? And this takes us to a meta-Wittgensteinian problem. That is, the meaning of use depends on how we use the word use. And if we follow this lead, and we see in the lectures on the foundations of mathematics and the remarks on the foundations of mathematics of the late Wittgenstein, how he uses the word use, then we see that he actually includes other types of more strange and not mainstream applications of mathematics. And this is why we extend on the notion of meaning as use, and we extend on the interpretation of Dawson, and we build this three-layer meaning as use model. That is, in close to the center, we will have the more mainstream applications of mathematics, which are direct applications that applied mathematics has. Then in the second level, we have the indirect applications that Dawson talked about, which apply to both pure and, well, especially to pure mathematics. And also we insert here unintended applications. That is, pure mathematics also sometimes have applications which are not necessarily indirect, but these applications were pure mathematicians didn't have them in mind when they developed their mathematics. And then in the third layer, we have what we call non-technical applications. And Wittgenstein also in other books like Philosophical Investigations talk about use in this sense, like given some non-technical applications of pure mathematics could be, for example, as Denise said, aesthetic purposes, but also, for example, cognitive training of pupils in school. And we may insert here like convincing peers to give you funding in order to promote certain mathematics and not other alternative mathematics. So as we see, pure mathematics has uses of very different kinds. So we extend the notion of meaning as use. And this also helps us demarcate a bit better, according to the Wittgensteinian perspective, what the differences between pure and applied mathematics are in terms of its uses, of their uses, according to Wittgenstein's notion of meaning as use. And we wanted to finalize this talk by giving some remarks about what this means for AI approaches to mathematical automatization. The most and the most obvious thing is that if we have a demarcation between pure and applied mathematics, we cannot have the hope to have unification in these AI automation approaches. So AI needs to be sensitive to tacit and local knowledge and the broad goals of different practitioners of pure applied mathematicians and pure mathematicians in order to meet contextual epistemic demands. So you cannot automatize pure mathematics and applied mathematics in the same way. So the AI needs to be sensitive to the three notions of uses, the three kinds of uses that we established before according to our model. And this is everything. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our speakers? We have one question.
Hello. Thank you very much for your presentation. So just at the beginning, I haven't if you both are math students or some engineering students or maybe philosophy students. So myself, I'm here from Zagreb, from the Faculty of Science, and I'm actually applied math student. So it was very interesting to hear your presentation. So at the beginning, I haven't understand from which point of view do you speak. The second part is, it seems to me that Wittgenstein's thoughts about mathematics are very historically implemented. I mean to say, they're from his time. I haven't remembered the year of his work on mathematics, but as you probably know, at that time, many things in pure mathematics were just pure, and they didn't have any applications. But up until then, until to now, today, there are really little parts of mathematics that haven't been applied. For example, in algebra, the quaternions, they're used to represent the rotations on a camera, or on the soccer game. When the camera is used at the soccer game, then the quaternions are used for that implementation of the camera rotations. Or on the other side, as you mentioned, the number theory in cryptography. And so it's very confusing for me to see from which point of view were you talking. Is it from the math point of view or from the philosophical point of view?
Yeah, so maybe I start and you then continue. Okay. So maybe like on the biographical side of things, Jose just finished his PhD in philosophy, but also has a neuroscientific background. And I studied pure math, but now I'm a PhD student in philosophy. So it's somehow a hybrid viewpoint just on the biographical side of things. Maybe like content-wise, we hope this would be like from the philosophical side. And maybe just a few words on your second question. There is like, of course, a trend that pure math that was recent in Wittgensteinian times has now applications, but there is, of course, some delay. And I would claim, at least looking at my colleagues in the math department, newer pure math has also no application yet. And there's like this prose that one day this will have application, but of course we do not know that for sure. It's plausible, but like very theoretical elements of, say, set theory or infinite combinatorics, where I was working, I doubt that my papers will ever have application, but future will tell. And maybe to then, Jose, if you want to say something more.
Yeah, so from the biographical side of you, yeah, I also have a background in philosophy, as Dennis said, and in my neuroscientific work, where I used mathematical models, which could be maybe considered as some applied mathematics. So we kind of cover a wide range in between the two. About pure mathematics not having applications in Wittgenstein times, it's obviously correct, but still he made the point, or according to this new interpretations of Wittgenstein work, he made the point that by mufti, he meant that mathematics can be applied indirectly. And of course, in Wittgenstein times, we already had the law of commutation, which is used in order to, for example, bridging techniques in very simple arithmetics. And that's an example that he actually mentions in the lectures of the Foundation of Mathematics. So even if most pure mathematics didn't have applications by the time, by the examples that he had, one could claim that he already made that point. I don't know if he actually predicted that more areas from pure mathematics would have applications in the future, like we saw. That's a good question that one could formulate, but I don't know if we will ever find that answer.
Thank you. We're continuing with this session. We have one more speaker in this session, and that is Ryan Klein from Boston College, Massachusetts, United States, with the topic Truth and Language, Wittgenstein's Influence on Alistair McIntyre.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. Let me see if I can get my screen shared. Can everybody see this?
We can see everything, thank you.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's unfortunate that I can't be there in person, but I'm glad to be here virtually. My topic today, I'm calling Truth and Language, Wittgenstein's Influence on Alistair McIntyre, who's a Scottish philosopher that I've spent some time thinking about. The project today takes off with a comment that Stanley Hauerwas made last year in an essay on McIntyre, in which he said that McIntyre's emphasis on the contingent beginning of every tradition has not been appreciated appropriately. In particular, how Wittgenstein has shaped his understanding of a tradition-determined rationality would be extremely informative. I found this very interesting because I think McIntyre is most well known for that precise concept, a tradition-determined rationality. And Hauerwas thinks that Wittgenstein must have influenced that, but we need more work showing how that could be. So I'm looking into how that could be. And my thesis will be that McIntyre's project begins with a Wittgensteinian basis and makes further developments to aim at what he and Elizabeth Anscombe would consider to be a Wittgensteinian goal. So I'll talk about four things here. First, what does Wittgenstein have to say about epistemic justification, especially hinges in uncertainty? Then I'll talk about what McIntyre has to say about Wittgenstein directly. Then I'll get more into McIntyre's own account and conclude talking about the influence that Wittgenstein seems to have had. So I'll try to go through summarizing Wittgenstein a little briefly. I think that'll be the more familiar content. In uncertainty, which I'm focusing on, Wittgenstein is very interested in G.E. Moore's proposition, I know these are my hands, I know this is my hand. Wittgenstein notices at one point, for example, that the proposition, this is my hand, seems to mean the same as I know this is my hand. If I'm claiming that this is so, I seem to also be claiming that I know it, which would mean that these propositions don't seem to be any different. But that's odd. Wouldn't it be the case that I know should add something to the meaning of the sentence? Well, he thinks about other places in which we use the expression I know. For instance, I know this is the way home, I just checked the map, or I know the earth is round, the teacher told me so. Here, the function of know seems to be referring one proposition to another one. We know X because it is on the basis of Y, which is reliable. So knowing means referring one thing to a further surer proposition. However, it may be the case that these further propositions are nested on top of each other or stacked. Maybe I know X on the basis of Y, but you could also ask why I know Y. I might say, I know it on the basis of P. I know it on the basis of Q. But Wittgenstein seems to think this kind of justification cannot go on forever. If it did, then we wouldn't ultimately know X. So justification comes to an end sometime, which leaves the last proposition in this series of justification in an interesting position. It's functioning as a ground, but it is not itself grounded in anything further. It just is there on its own. We might call it a groundless ground, or a hinge proposition, which opens the door to further things. Wittgenstein spends some time thinking about where these hinges come from, and I think it's important to emphasize that they're not necessary universal a priori truths. They're not the Kantian categories. Instead, they come from our form of life, the way that we live. There are often, in uncertainty, there's times that the boundary between a hinge and a rule seems pretty thin, which I think makes sense because we could talk about, we get hinges because we follow certain rules in our lives. A student follows certain rules by being in a school. Being in the school requires that they trust the teacher. And if you're in the school long enough, you just do trust the teacher. That's just part of life. So hinges seem to come from our form of life. But this gives rise to a problem because not everybody lives the same form of life. If in my culture, there's a certain rule which gives me a hinge, but in another culture, there's a different rule that gives a contradictory hinge, then the cultures are in disagreement. And yet there's no further basis beneath those hinges to which we can appeal to resolve the disagreement, which would seem to suggest that cultures can justify contradictory claims. And we might wonder if this gives rise to the problem of relativism. Is it true here and not true there? There is a lot of scholarship on this question, whether Wittgenstein is an epistemic relativist. My goal here is not to solve that debate, but to show how this gives rise to MacIntyre, how this problem is one that he wants to address. So I'll summarize just what we've seen so far, that for Wittgenstein, hinges, which we might also call standards of rationality, are dependent on communal forms of life, and hinges differ across cultures and times. We could also note that Wittgenstein seems concerned at times about whether there is not an objective character. Is there not something beyond these rules that can settle the matter? MacIntyre tries to say that there is. I'll briefly comment on what MacIntyre has to say about Wittgenstein. MacIntyre, by his mature works, rejects relativism as a viable philosophical position, but he also rejects relativism as a valid interpretation of Wittgenstein. Instead, he takes himself to be in line with Wittgenstein's account of community-constituted language as he works towards a kind of realism and non-relativistic epistemology. How he does that is interesting. There's a number of developments that he makes. I'll just focus on this last one here for now, which is MacIntyre thinks it is possible to make rational judgments between standards of rationality, not by appealing to anything universal though, which I think is the interesting point that he wants to make. So how does this work? One of MacIntyre's developments is to modify the concept of a language to a tradition. MacIntyre is very historically minded, and he spends a lot of time thinking about how languages change over time. This leads him to think about how rational changes can happen both within a tradition and between traditions as they change what hinges they have. I'll give one example of how that can work for MacIntyre. McIntyre talks about what he calls a practice, which is something like communal activities which aim at goods and require skills to reach the good. Apologies for the poor grammar in that sentence. Some examples of practices would be gardening and brewing and painting. These are all communal activities that one enters into as part of the community, but which also intrinsically aim at certain goods. Gardening aims at healthy gardens. Brewing aims at making good beer. Painting aims at making good painting. Why does this matter? Well, for McIntyre, practices can be shared by cultures. There can be more than one culture with the practice of painting. Insofar as that's true, then there are also goods or ends common to cultures. They're aiming at the same good that is inherent in the practice. This makes it possible to judge who meets shared goods better according to common standards, but without appealing to any kind of universal reason like the Enlightenment would have, or which Wittgenstein seems to reject. So I'll give a couple examples. One, this is my own example. If we consider two cultures engaged in the practice of brewing, and we say that one culture has two concepts of green, where the other has 5 concepts of green. There's more distinctions, fewer distinctions. Well, if in the practice of brewing, the culture with 5 concepts of green is able to make more precise distinctions about the materials that they're using to create their product, it's likely to turn out that they'll have greater control over the product that they're making. They'll have more control, more precision, and be able to make better beer versus the culture with 2 greens. If that is the case, then according to the standards of brewing, which are common to both cultures, the 5 color concepts would be superior relative to brewing than the 2 concepts. If this turned out to be the case, then one culture would have a reason to change their hinge, that there's 2 color concepts, into a different hinge, which is that there's 5. What's important here is that they would have a reason to make the change. An example that McIntyre gives, which I think is much more broad and sweeping, is a comparison based on the practice of inquiry. He makes an extended argument that inquiry is a social practice which inherently aims at knowledge of the truth, just as brewing aims at beer. In one of his books, 3 Rival Versions of Moral Inquiry, he talks about 3 traditions: encyclopedia, genealogy, and Thomist, 3 traditions of inquiry. I'll try to go through this fairly fast. McIntyre thinks that the encyclopedia tradition, which is basically the Enlightenment view, defines as a hinge that reason is impersonal, universal, and disinterested. So knowledge has to appeal to universal, impersonal standards. But for the same reasons that Wittgenstein gave, McIntyre thinks that this is impossible. That's not how reason works. So that tradition fails to attain the good as it understands the good by its own terms. Genealogy, the tradition of Nietzsche and Foucault, recognizes the failure of the encyclopedic tradition, and yet it shares the hinge that reason, if it were ever to function, would have to be impersonal, universal, and disinterested, which it recognizes to be impossible. Thus, it declares reason and knowledge of truth to be impossible. But this means that both traditions define truth and reason in such a way that truth and reason are not attainable, impossible to attain. And yet that is the goal of inquiry, which means that these 2 traditions of inquiry fail to inquire successfully based on their own standards, not based on standards to impose from outside, but their own standards. This would be like brewers who have a hinge which makes beer producing impossible. Conversely, McIntyre thinks a different tradition, that of Thomism, understands reason not as universal, but as particular in communities. In fact, for the Thomist, it is only through membership in a particular community of reason that one can move towards universal truth. This hinge avoids the self-imposed failure of the other 2 traditions. And in fact, McIntyre argues, Aquinas used this understanding to successfully adjudicate disagreements between what seemed to be the incommensurable traditions of Augustine and Aristotle. For McIntyre, this means that according to standards which all three traditions can recognize, Thomism is a superior tradition of inquiry. And this is a judgment between traditions with their own hinges of reason, and yet there are reasons which all three traditions should be able to recognize. So, summing up, Wittgenstein and McIntyre both agree with the first points, that hinges are dependent on communal forms of life and that hinges differ across cultures and times. McIntyre's contribution, specifically this fourth point, is that it is possible to make rational judgments between standards of rationality. The question we ought to consider then is, how Wittgensteinian is McIntyre's project? How compatible is it? Specifically number 4. Well, certainly for McIntyre, this is compatible with Wittgenstein. He never in his mature work talks about, well, I don't know, never, but it's quite rare that he says that Wittgenstein was wrong. And in fact, Wittgenstein's points form the basis of his project. I think he seems to be trying to take it where Wittgenstein may have wanted it to go. That's an interesting point that we might consider. Is this where Wittgenstein would have wanted to go? I think that there's, certainly McIntyre thinks so. I think we might look in 2 other places to see people who say the same. There is a clue, I think, in the lecture on ethics, in which Wittgenstein says that ethical expressions attempt to go beyond language, but cannot, they fail. And yet, of course, Wittgenstein approves of trying. He thinks we are limited by our language, but trying to get beyond it is commendable in a certain way. There's a desire for an objective character. Elizabeth Anscombe, I think, is also a helpful person to look at here, who reads Wittgenstein. I'll have to say this very briefly. She thinks that for Wittgenstein, there is truth beyond language. Hinges which are thought impossible to doubt can actually be falsified. You can wake from a dream and recognize it. And in the end, in her famous essay, that she says that one knows something is not guaranteed by the language game because truth is not guaranteed. This is a second example of McIntyre echoing Anscombe. He also echoes her on moral philosophy. McIntyre's project is explaining how Anscombe's reading of Wittgenstein can work out, I think. So how did Wittgenstein influence McIntyre? In sum, McIntyre has a Wittgensteinian basis. McIntyre reads Wittgenstein to be calling for a realism that incorporates that basis, and McIntyre tries to provide it through what he calls Aristotelian Thomism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. We have one question here in the audience.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Nice. Thank you for your talk. It was very clear and very precise, I'd say. You really accomplished your goal. I'm grateful for watching it. Oh, you're off screen now. Okay. I hope you still listen to me. Okay. So my question is, really, I never read McIntyre's reading on synthesis or anything like that. And so I'm curious to know which, if he directs at all, which type or which theory of epistemic relativism is he going against, or is it a more absolute rejection, or if he's kind of discussing with someone specifically, if you know that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, I don't know that McIntyre spends, well, actually, no, this isn't quite true. He names a number of people. There, for example, in an essay that he wrote about color concepts between different cultures, he notes that a number of anthropologists who have discovered that there's different color concepts in different cultures, and George Lakoff is one of these. and judge on that empirical discovery that whether the truth of colors is relative to cultures. So he's responding to a group of anthropologists in that essay, but he also has a lot to say about, I think he has a lot of respect for Nietzsche in a lot of ways, because Nietzsche gets what the failure of the Enlightenment was, but he has a number of chapters in different books that go by the title something like Nietzsche or Aristotle. And the point seems to be that Nietzsche's right that the Enlightenment fails to be universal. However, Nietzsche is wrong to therefore say that truth is unattainable, because reason doesn't have to be like that to function. So probably Nietzsche Nietzsche and Foucault are pretty big people that he talks about, if you can call them relativists.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't. So, okay. But another question really is more about what you talked about, McIntyre, his idea of practice. If I understood correctly, his proposal is that since we share practices between cultures, that's the common ground, and that's everything solved, and there's no really relativism there, like in that radical sense. But the thing is, maybe how we define practice. For example, if I'm trying now to think your question, if this is a Wittgensteinian approach, really, or not. Thinking about some examples he gives on the remarks on foundation of mathematics, Wittgenstein talks about, I mean, it's a really crazy example, so maybe you have it there, but anyway, it's a nice example. That there's a guy, I mean, we are going somewhere in the forest, and then you meet some lumberjacks. Do you know this example where those lumberjacks sell wood in a very strange manner? Like they calculate the cost of the wood not because of the weight of the wood, but in relation to the area the wood occupies on the ground. So, for example, the same amount of wood for us, if it's stacked, it's one price. If it's gathered around the forest, it's another different price. So Wittgenstein kind of deals with that in saying that even though both, like me and the lumberjacks, practice calculation, we both are calculating in a way, but the rules that govern our practices are so different. But I mean, when I understand it, I can, of course, describe that they have a different rule and they calculate in that way. But that little change that may sound a little change in how they calculate actually changes a lot of their views on the world and how they take life to be. For example, he kind of, I mean, like I said, it's kind of joke example, but I like it. In that Wittgenstein kind of act, oh, but so for you guys, if I'm standing up, I am one size, and if I am lying down, I'm bigger. And they say, yes, you're bigger because now you're occupying more space on the ground. So, I mean, he tries to give this example as people who have somehow a shared ground in that, I mean, practices, but the rules are so different that kind of no understanding can be made unless you decide to live there with those people.
Yeah, I now that you say it, I am familiar with the example. I think it's an interesting one. I would have to think more about what McIntyre would make of that. One thing I could say briefly is that something I underemphasized in the presentation is that McIntyre does think that there can be failures of translation between cultures. So one culture can have a concept which just can't be translated into another one. And different cultures can articulate or maybe even define the goods of the practice that they're aiming at in these incommensurable, non-translatable terms. If that is the case, it would seem difficult to articulate a standard which both cultures could agree to, and then you could judge which one is superior. I agree. I would have to do some more reading to figure out exactly how he puts that all together. However, for the sake of my thesis today, I think McIntyre would agree with the way that Wittgenstein is framing that problem and would attempt to try to find some kind of realism through it, or some way to make a judgment that still understands the particularity of both cultures' own rationalities and concepts. But yeah, following up how a judgment can work in that example would be an interesting additional project.
Thank you so much. That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I'm sorry that I'm interrupting discussion, but we are going to a short coffee break now and see you all again at 2:40. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the second day of the International Ludwig Wittgenstein Symposium. We are starting with today's last session, in which we will have an opportunity to hear 4 lectures. Each talk should be at most 20 minutes long, followed by 5 minutes discussion. Our first presenter is Ryan Miller from the University of Geneva, Switzerland, with the topic, Does Artificial Intelligence Use Private Language?
Thanks. Everyone seeing the slides? Yes? Okay. All right. So thanks for having me today. I'm going to go through the private language argument, a response to the private, at least to the application of the private language argument that Jerry Fodor gives, and then how I think artificial intelligence plays into the effectiveness of that response. So first of all, the private language argument itself. So I'm sure this is a review for most of you here at the Wittgenstein Symposium, but at least I want to show you the precise way that I'm characterizing it, even if I'm not going to get into the exegetical disputes about how to correctly characterize it. So the way I reconstruct it is as follows. So first of all, language implies rule following. If you're not following rules, you're not really using language. And then rule following implies the possibility of systematic error. If it's impossible to make a mistake, then you're not really following the rule. Then the possibility of systematic error means that the rules can't be known by pure introspection, because if rules are known by pure introspection, then it seems that we couldn't make a mistake about them. Then if the rules aren't known by pure introspection, then they aren't grounded only in internal mental life, because it seems like our access to internal mental life has got to be via pure introspection in a way that's kind of infallible. So therefore, the conclusion, language is not grounded solely in internal mental life. And of course, if that's what I mean by private, then language isn't private. So that's what I take to be the kind of core private language argument, at least as it's come across into the kind of mainstream of analytic philosophy. And this argument impacts Jerry Fodor's influential language of thought program, because Fodor's program kind of goes like the following. He says, first of all, cognitive science is the right approach to the human mind. He thinks that's just an empirical fact in terms of its success. And second, that cognitive science implies computation, a computational theory of mind. He thinks that's just the only plausible theory on offer from cognitive science. And then he thinks that computation, if the mind is computational, then that really requires a language of thought, that computation involves operating on the syntax of a language, and so you can't have computation without a language of thought. However, he thinks the language of thought doesn't have any possibility of systematic error, precisely because it's kind of an internal thing known by introspection. So we can't really systematically be wrong about how our concepts work. And therefore, the language of thought, it seems like, is a private language. And so here we have a kind of contradiction between Fodor's language of thought program and the private language argument. So for Fodor, this is just kind of a reductio of the private language argument. Obviously, for those who put more stock in the private language argument, maybe this is a reductio of the language of thought program. But either way, it seems like we have a kind of a clash between what Wittgenstein is telling us and what we're learning from cognitive science, and that seems like a problem. So how does Fodor kind of get out of this issue? So Fodor gives us this kind of analysis. So the language of thought, he thinks is indeed opposed to the private language argument, but how? So first of all, like I said, he thinks of the language of thought program as a kind of reductio of the private language argument. He thinks that we should be more sure about cognitive science and computational theory of mind than we should be about anything about private language. So we should really take this as a reductio of the argument. But which premise, right? In a reductio, you have to decide which premise you're going to reject, and so we have to make that call here. Which premise do we want to reject? And we get different answers in different volumes. So in Language of Thought 2, which has come out in 2010, Fodor seems to reject the language implies rule following premise. He says that this is just based on language being necessarily learned or communicative, which he takes from this Rees-Austin debate in 1954. And so he thinks since language is not necessarily learned or communicative, it's not necessarily rule following, so we can just not worry about that. However, this seems to be undercut by Fodor's insistence language of thought has determinate reference, that it's about something, that we have some kind of concept cow and it's about real cows. And if the language of thought is supposed to refer determinately, it seems like that means that it's somehow kind of following a rule where the concept cow actually refers to a cow and not to a pig or something. So I'm not too enamored of this argument, and I'm more interested in his earlier argument that he offers in Language of Thought 1 in 1975, where he works against the premise that rule following implies the possibility of systematic error. So that's the argument that I'd like to investigate today. All right, so the way that Fodor does this is by trying to set up a kind of dilemma for the private language argument. And that dilemma looks like the following. The first horn of the dilemma is a kind of reductio for the argument. So the idea here is that first, computer language does imply rule following. Why? Well, because use comports with a condition specified in the representation in appropriate meta language. So if I create a meta language for this piece of code that's running on this computer, then the use of the terms in the code that's running on the computer comports with conditions specified in the meta language. And so there is a kind of a rule following in computer languages. And, okay, we take what the private language argument says, rule following implies the possibility of systematic error. That's from Wittgenstein. And of course, the possibility of systematic error implies that, the rules aren't known by pure introspection. Again, that's from Wittgenstein. And the rules known by pure introspection aren't grounded wholly in internal mental life. However, let's suppose for a moment, for this horn of the dilemma, for the first horn of the dilemma, let's suppose that computer language is grounded entirely in internal mental life. So this is just kind of a supposition. We'll see what the other side looks like if we go the other way. But for now, suppose that computer language is grounded in internal mental life. Well, in that case, we would see that computer language precludes systematic error by the argument of the PLA. And therefore, computer language is not rule following. But of course, then we have a contradiction, right? Because we started out by showing that computer language does need to be rule following because the use of computer languages does comport with the conditions specified in the meta language. So here, Fodor thinks that just the basic existence of computers gives us a kind of reductio if we take it the computer language is grounded in internal mental life. So if we think that computers do exist and they do use language and all this kind of stuff, but we don't want to take that as reductive to the private language argument, then we have to go to the other horn, right? We have to say, okay, well, maybe computer language, the use of computer language is not grounded entirely in internal mental life. So what does that look like? Well, that's the second horn of the dilemma for Fodor. So he says here you end up with a kind of irrelevance. Why? Well, we take the other horn of the dilemma. We say we want to preserve the private language argument. We want to admit that computers exist and use computer languages. So we'll say that computer language is not grounded in internal mental life. Why? Well, we might say, okay, that makes sense because, computer language, isn't learned or communicative. So, that seems like a problem. The reasons that Wittgenstein gives to think that language wouldn't be grounded in internal mental life because it's grounded in this kind of shared experience of learning the language together with someone, well, that doesn't apply to computer languages, right? Because computer languages aren't learned by the computer and they're not used to communicate anything. So how would it be that computer language should be grounded in something other than the internal mental life? Well, Fodor says, well, it's because computer language supervenes in the hardware state. So if I want to know what's going on in the language, I can look not only at the language itself or interrogate the computer by its normal I/O, but I could also say hook up, a probe and see which transistors were in which state, right? And the question of which items in the computer language are operating at this point, which are stored in memory where, is all part of the hardware state of the computer. And so because I can probe that hardware state kind of from outside, right, by using probes of the electrical state of the computer without using its normal input-output devices, I could say that computer language isn't grounded in internal mental life. Okay, so maybe that gets me out of the private language argument, right? And that, so that then we have a great situation where we preserve the private language argument, but we also preserve that computers exist and use computer language, which seems intuitive. But Fodor says it looks like if you go this way, the private language argument just ends up being kind of irrelevant because of physicalism, right? All mental life supervenes on hardware. So, if you have some thoughts, those supervene on a brain state. If, we can not only ask you what you're thinking about, ask you what your words mean, but we can put you in a functional MRI device, which neuroscientists do all the time, and kind of see what state your brain is in, what cells are lit up and in what patterns. So it looks like everything grounded in internal mental life is also grounded outside of internal mental life because it's grounded in the state of the brain. But if that's the case, then all languages are trivially not private. So the private language argument doesn't really tell us anything interesting about language, or about the conditions for language or anything like that, because after all, everything that we might want to say about human mental life is trivially non-private on this account. And so there's nothing special about language or about rule following or anything else that we might want to think is part of the private language argument. There's just this trivial fact that human mental life isn't private. So if you go down this road, it seems like we've really made the private language argument kind of an irrelevant distraction. All right, but let's dig in a little bit and see how this kind of internal mental life term of the dilemma is supposed to work. Well, an internal mental life we normally think is a kind of non-projected intentional state. Why? Well, it's got to be an intentional state. It's got to be about something. If it's not about something, then it can't support reference. Then we're not talking about the kind of thing that could be relevant to language, and we're just talking about maybe some part of the internal mental life that isn't really relevant here. So the kind of internal mental life that could ground language claims, language usage, has to be about something. It's got to be intentional. This kind of content is required for the possibility of systematic error. If your thoughts don't have content, if you're not thinking about a cow, then you couldn't really, be making any kind of mistake about cows. So regardless of whether you're following a rule or not, there has to be some kind of content for there even to be a question about what the rule is for that content. All right. So in addition to being an intentional state, we can also say that it's got to be kind of non-projected. So this is a term that's sometimes used in computer science in a discussion of what people are doing when they write code. And we say that projected content is already part of a kind of shared abstraction. So we might think of a programmer who's sitting down to write a program, and he has some kind of idea like, okay, I want this computer to spit out the word cow whenever I put a cow in front of the lens of the camera. And I'm going to create some rules that say what a cow is, right? A cow is something that has this kind of shape and this kind of color, and when something like that goes in front of the camera, the computer will say cow. So here we have a case where the content is being given by the programmer, right? The programmer has an idea of what a cow is, and is putting that content into the program. But then, of course, the language is non-private for a non-trivial reason that's quite apart from any supposed supervenience of the language use on the hardware state of the computer, right? It's just non-private because the content came from the programmer in the first place. And so it's shared already by the programmer and the computer, and therefore it's not private. So in order to talk about internal mental life in this relevant state, we need non-projected intentional states. But non-projected intentional states are characteristic in a way of intelligence, in a way that classical machine learning is inadequate to do, right? So if I just say like, all right, we're going to have the computer learn better to identify, an edge here or something like that, I'm still telling it kind of what the concepts are, right? What is an edge? What is a cow? What are the success conditions or failure conditions for identifying a cow? And so even in classical machine learning, the content is still kind of projected by the programmer, even if the exact rules for finding the content are not. So at a minimum here, we need something like deep learning neural networks, which are the simplest kinds of artificial intelligence systems, which could be plausibly have non-projected intentional states. So if we look at the actual functioning of deep learning neural networks, what are they telling us about private language? So deep learning neural networks learn hierarchical feature representations, right? So we give a whole bunch of kind of faces, say in as the input layer, and then we don't tell it, oh, first you're going to identify, the edges, and then you're going to identify the features, and then you're going to use the features to identify the faces, where we might specify, okay, this feature is a nose, and this feature is an ear, and this feature is an eye. That would be back to classical machine learning, right? So in a deep learning neural network, we don't really control these layers to say what they are and what they're doing. So the kind of the artificial intelligence network itself is coming up with these kind of layers, and they're really hidden. They're not imposed by the programmer. And when you look at them, they may or may not correspond to anything that we would have a concept for in a human language. So if you look at that kind of hidden layer 2 output there, right, these aren't, some of these things might look like, oh, that's an eye or something like that. But other ones, who knows, right? It's just a blob, a smudge of who knows what. The computer is finding some kind of intentional state that just doesn't correspond to anything in our language or in the programmer's language. It's really doing some kind of other work there. So what if we wanted to track this state, to say, okay, what is the computer doing, right? We actually want to say what's going on, because those the thing about those pictures is that we can't easily find them by supervening on the hardware, because we don't know what we're looking for, right? Like in the case of the classical computing situation, we can see which word is in memory or which word is running on the processor right now by probing the transistors electrically, because we know what we're looking for. We know what the words are. We have some way to map the system. But so we can establish that supervenience relation. But in a deep learning neural network, you can't establish that supervenience relation because you don't know what you're looking for in the first place. There's nothing to assess for correspondence. So in order to assess correspondence, we have to have some kind of output layer, right? We need to say, oh, look, when I show you this image, I'm not just showing you an image, I'm showing you Mark. I need to tag these images somehow. So remember, we had all these images that are being put in. We don't know what's going on in the middle. But if we want to say what's going on, if we want to actually be able to identify the hardware state, we need to be able to tag the images, to give kind of names for these things so that we can see what's going on. Because if we don't give them tags, then we don't know we can't make any supervenience claim. We don't know what's happening. But the thing is that if we do give them tags, then what do we have? Well, we have shared context. Right now, we both the programmer of the network and the computer both have some kind of idea that Mark is not just a freestanding symbol. No, Mark applies to this picture. And so it's no different than the language learning case in the ordinary human case, right? So that people say the word Mark and they're both in the presence of this person. And the context is kind of shared from the start, right? It's not based on anything private, but it's based on something shared. And so here we had to go to neural networks in the first place in order to understand how we could even be talking about the kind of thing that could be a mental state for a computer. But if we go to neural networks, then we have a situation where, again, to actually talk about what's happening, to understand that mental state, it has to become non-public. It has to work in shared context. So it seems like the second part of Fodor's dilemma has kind of come apart, right? We had to go to neural networks to actually see an example of a computer that could be the example for this kind of supervenience relation. But once we went to an advanced enough computer to see that kind of thing, it turned out there wasn't any supervenience relation without shared context. And so the private language argument is kind of working. So let's see what happens then when you put that shared context in. So what happens is we give a computer some pictures, right? Like, okay, here's some stop signs, and it learns to identify stop signs. Look, this is a stop sign. I give confidence 92% that I'm seeing a stop sign. But then, now that I've tagged this thing, stop sign, we have shared context. To me, this is a stop sign. To the computer, this is a stop sign. Then we introduce the possibility of systematic error. So now in the second phase, we have this kind of like lightly kind of, green-gray shaded bit that we, it's just kind of a nonsense shading. We overlay that to the stop sign in the image, feed that image back to the computer. And now look, the computer says, I am 84% confident that this is a flower pot. Well, oops.
Ryan, can you hear me? I just want to let you know that you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, this is the last slide.
All right.
Yep, last slide. So, all right, so the computer is saying, oh, look, 84% chance that this is a flower pot. So the very introduction of shared context that we both, oh, this is a stop sign, and I know this is a stop sign, and the computer is supposed to tag the stop sign too, now has introduced the possibility of systematic error. So rather than the computer always being right, now we've seen the computer can be wrong, just as this private language argument originally insisted. So once we make the move to AI, which we needed to do in order to vindicate the claim of mental life of computers in the first place, we see that this actually vindicates the private language argument from the start. All right.
Thank you. All right, we have less than 4 minutes for discussion. Do you have any questions? We have one question.
Hello. I'm here from Zagreb. So thank you very much for your presentation. It was interesting to me to listen to this presentation about artificial intelligence from a philosopher's point of view and from the point of view of language theory. I myself study mathematics, and so from my point of view, it was really strange. Because on one side, in artificial intelligence, from my side, I think there isn't so much unknown things, because it's just zeros and ones, and there are if clauses, or if then, or do while, or there are iterations where you go for 100 iterations or 1,000 iterations. So artificial intelligence is just about lots of memory, lots of try and catch, or try something else, and lots of statistics. So it's while I was listening for your presentation, it seems to me that from a language theory point of view, there are lots of concepts that are being tried to being implemented in this talk about artificial intelligence, but in mathematics, it's just about zeros and ones, if, then, and statistics. So it was really strange to listen to this presentation. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, so actually, before I came back into philosophy, I was actually one of the tech leads at TripAdvisor, and including working on artificial intelligence algorithms for identifying like spam and inappropriate content and that kind of stuff. So I have experience from the practical side too. And I guess I'm a little dubious that we can just say what you've said, because for instance, the question here is precisely about semantic tagging, right? So I'm not saying there's some kind of like mysterious goop going on in the middle. Sure, like what computers do is not, fundamentally mysterious, and artificial intelligence is just a lot of, as you said, like a lot of statistics and a lot of memory and throwing a lot of resources at the problem. That's fine. But the question is to be able to tag what's going on. And so we want to be able to tag inputs and outputs here. So the inputs and outputs for AI to be meaningful, right, aren't just 0 or 1. For us, they have to mean something. They have to mean, oh, stop sign or flower pot. And that's important for, say the car doing the right thing. And if we want to look at the intermediate states of the program, if we want to say that those are concepts that respond to something, then we need to be able to tag those concepts and say, okay, what is it that supposedly is represented by a certain state here. And so it's a little bit like, say in genetics, where at one level you can say that a genetic code is just a bunch of, ACBGT, but like at another level, you have to be able to identify these things as genes in order to talk about them semantically. And I think the same thing goes for AI. It's not that something mysterious is going on at the chemical level in genetics, but you still need to be able to model it as genes to talk about it. I think the same thing is true of AI.
Thank you very much, Ruan. I have to continue with our program. Our next presenter is David Lindemann from Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., United States, with the topic Act, Record, and Representation, Variations on a Triptarian Theme.
Hi, get my slides pulled up here. Okay, can you see the slides?
We can see the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is, let's see. That's better. This is from a very long paper, so all I have time for here is something of an advertisement. So what I want to do is reflect on a few passages in the Tractatus, which I think suggest a deep connection with early and late work, and in particular on the early focus on logical forms and a later focus on forms of life, as well as the picture theory and use theories of meaning. And I'm going to relate this to, if I got the time, some work in cognitivist linguistics, in particular by Paul Petrosky, who's working in the Chomskyan tradition. Okay, so famously, Wittgenstein relates the structure of the musical score to the structure of the played symphony as a completed piece, to the structure of the groove on the gramophone record. These being a variety of structured objects. He writes, there's a general rule by means of which the musician can obtain the symphony from the score, and which makes it possible to derive the symphony from the groove on the gramophone record, and using the first rule to derive the score again. That is what constitutes the inner similarity between these things, which seem to be constructed in such entirely different ways. And that rule is the law of projection, which projects the symphony into the language of musical notation. It is the rule for translating this language into the language of gramophone records. So there, of course, he's relating various structured objects, abstract and concrete, but between each structured object are acts or events producing, making, describing patterns. The musical score is a picture of the musical idea, as Wittgenstein puts it, instructions for reproducing the series of sounds composing the symphony. And the record also, or the groove on the record, is a literal record of the series of sounds, changes of waveform in the medium of air as they reproduce on an occasion. The score and the record present at a time the structure of the symphony in space. When you play the symphony by reading the score, you reproduce the movements of the first players to play the piece. When you play the record, the movement of the needle repeats the pattern the first needle made as it was moved by the sounds that were played. Now, essentially the same remarks will apply to any event which unfolds according to some order or system. So you can imagine a simpler structure from which one might read the pattern of its making, a simple spiral with ink. If you're informed that it begins in the middle, then it's a picture of the pattern movement that made it. The spiral as movement unfolding is not present at a time. The movement is something that takes place over space and over time. But when the movement is complete, it's nowhere. Just so I want to say the symphony as performed is never present at a time. And when it has been played, it's nowhere. What remains is the pattern on the score, on the record, in your memory for reproducing it. The record, if enduring, serves as a representation qua act. The record, if enduring, serves as a representation qua object, but it has the status only insofar as it's used. That is, only insofar as there's a representation qua act, which serves as instructions for reproduction. Okay. So every playing of the symphony as an event token is a singularity, but as a pattern event, it's a repeatable, a reproducible, and as such a meme. And so a thing, as in American colloquial English, it's a thing now. It's the pattern and its unfolding that makes it a thing. Noise, unpatterned sound is not similarly repeatable. It would be more difficult to reproduce the first here, but with a recognizable pattern as in the second, you can more easily pick up the concept and so recognize it. With the concept, you can sort the thing from other things. You can produce an equivalence class of played symphonies, which, to play on Davidson, same symphony, one another. Okay. Of course, there's no fine line between, playing it badly and failing to play it, and the standards and salient aspects in respect of which sameness is judged vary by context. But if we take David Kaplan's tolerant attitude toward words, which are just another class of memes, replicable and perceptually transmissible ways of behaving, doing, making, saying, thinking, pronounceable memes, as Dennett puts it, the differences can vary widely. Compare the sound of a baritone, a soprano, someone with a lisp, etc. But there must be some family resemblances which an agreed upon notation will help to codify. The alphabet, of course, is a notation for sounding language. Wittgenstein writes, at first sight, a proposition, I take it a spoken written sentence with sense or meaning, one set out on the printed page, for example, does not seem to be a picture of the reality with which it is concerned. But neither do written notes seem at first sight to be a picture of a piece of music, nor our phonetic notation, the alphabet, to be a picture of our speech. And yet these sign languages prove to be pictures, even in the ordinary sense of what they represent. So a record of your sounding out this sentence, or the record being made of my sounding out that sentence, could be transcribed with the sentence I read to produce it. And if the transcription is correct, it'll be a token of the same type. Again, essentially the same remarks will apply to any event which unfolds according to some order or system. If for another example, there's a dancer is dancing, if it's a thing she's doing, if it is not, as we say, free form, which is to say free of form, random, without pattern, noise, then she will make a pattern over space and time. Describing the dance will then be describing this pattern. And any good notation of description or scheme of representation will make this perspicuous. It will, in fact, provide a picture. We can work up to that idea in steps. So air is not the right medium for recording the pattern described by the dancer's movement. Attempting that would be like riding on water. But you can imagine the relative position of orientation of the feet on the ground, leaving a record. One might then annotate with this direction of movement in something like the way depicted here. But then we'll want to know what to do with the rest of the body. I'm sorry, was I getting a message? Okay.
No, you're fine.
Okay. But we might replace these footprints with figures signifying or depicting bodily position or gesture, as well as movement between positions. Abstracting relevant detail, we get something like what's depicted here. The figures are crude, but with a little instruction, they convey the idea. Stringing them together, we might have something like this. And here we have a picture of a dance, the pastoral of Mr. Isaac in Beauchamp-Follet notation. Apparently, in fact, the steps we just took recapitulate the evolution of dance notation. This is one of the first. It allows us to see at a time the structure of the dance, the pattern described by the movement of the dancer over space and time, or what would be recorded in the space of the dance if only air were the right medium. The structures are in fact quite intricate and beautiful and varied in form. The more beautiful and or interesting forms are more often copied. Occasionally there's a pleasant mutation copied in turn. A similar effect is achieved by Benesch movement notation, here with partial key. The positions inscribed on a staff with the 5 lines corresponding to default head, shoulder, waist, knee, and feet position are paired with music. In this way, timing of position is kept. So there's an expression in dance instruction. Place yourself in the notation. For this reason, the figures are depicted facing away. So this notation, a sort of hieroglyphic script, is still somewhat primitive. From this, though, we might develop what is perhaps less immediately apparently a picture, but which nevertheless holds on to what is essential to depiction. And here, of course, I'm echoing Tractatus 4016. So the body is articulated into joints, allowing articulation of the body. So carving a figure at select joints, we might have something like this. Then we can let the endpoints, joints, define a line or limb, relative positions of which in 3-dimensional space are specifiable with a spherical coordinate system, a space of possible movement. We let the fixed points define the center of a sphere of movement, with radius the length of the line. The free end is then defined as a pair of coordinates on the surface of the sphere. Providing a horizontal bar for each limb and vertical bars for units of time, we can then describe the evolution of a dance, something like this. And so here we have another picture of articulated movement, this time in Eshkol-Wachman notation. It is a more precise determinate notational system, and for this reason has application well beyond dance. In fact, it's used in mythology. But there's still more we might wish to represent, for example, the way movement or transition between positions is performed. So for this purpose, alongside others, Laban devised a notational system capturing, among other things, timing, direction, position, gesture, weight, transference of weight. It's a fascinating, formidable system. Obviously, I don't have time to get into the details. But I hope the general point has been made. Here before you is a structured object depicting the structure of an ordered event, providing instructions for those who can read it for reproducing it. That is, for producing a token of the same type. Laban called his notation, called by others Laban notation, Schriftstands, that is written dance or dance script. So now, and here we arrive at the primary thesis that I want to convey here. Again, this is just an advertisement for the paper. What I would say is that propositionally articulated thought is relevantly like dancing or playing music. So the gramophone record, the musical idea, the written notes, the sound waves, all stand to one another in the same internal relation depicting that holds between language and the world. So with dance and with thought, I say, thought, thinking, is indeed another articulated form of behavior, albeit one not always outwardly observable. The sentence on the page or screen before you is a record of thought as act and a picture of the reality with which it's concerned. That is a representation for those who can read it. It is in fact a Begriffsschrift, a concept script, a notation for thought, instructions for composing concepts. If the instructions for composing concepts are followed, you'll have the concept, the thought expressed by means of these marks, and that, again, to play on Davidson's same thing, will make us same thinkers. Now, sorry, how much time do I have?
You have 7 more minutes.
Oh, great. So the language which subserves this thought is a digital system. That aids transmission between receiver and sender and helps ensure high fidelity reproduction. In comprehending spoken language, we must take a sampling of the continuous waveform, chunking or discretizing into phonemes, morphemes, words, phrases, sentences. So here we have a record of the waveforms produced on the occasion of speech, to wit, articulate speech, producing, making, describing a pattern of movements of the articulatory apparatus. And so a representation, a picture of those waveforms, here annotated with alphabetic and phonetic transcription. When I write down my thoughts, I do some of this work for you. In this way, we isolate the signal from the noise. At another level of description, of course, of relevance to inferential movement and the composition of concepts is logical form. We should expect for there to be a correspondence here, as Davidson remarks. It would be strange if the structure essential to an account of truth were not effectively tied to the patterns of sound we use to convey truth. And in fact, I think with a thematically elaborated neo-Davidsonian event semantics, we do see precisely this correspondence. There are, I think, some striking resonances between the lines of thought I've exposed by reflection on Wittgenstein's remarks here in the Tractatus and certain developments, again, in cognitivist linguistics, in particular, as seen in the work of Paul Petrosky, working in the wake of Noam Chomsky. So Petrosky doesn't mention Wittgenstein in this connection, but I provided linked here a passage from his 2018 work, Conjoining Meanings, that I again think have some striking resonances here. So he says, an utterance of a spoken slang, which is his term for an idiolect expression, is an action that is manifested by an acoustic signal. The signal is a result of what Morris Halley, the co-author with Chomsky of pioneering work in phonetics called Sound Patterns of English, calls a particular gymnastics executed by certain anatomical structures, including the lower lip, tongue, soft palate, and larynx. The cavities bordered by these structures are commonly referred to as the vocal tract, and the acoustic signal that strikes the ears during speech is produced by changes in the geometry of the vocal tract. An X-ray motion picture recording the behavior of the vocal tract in the course of producing a particular utterance bears a striking resemblance to a stylized dance performed by dancers of great skill. If utterances are regarded as dances performed by movable portions of the vocal tract, then one must also suppose that underlying each utterance or dance, there is a score in which choreographic notation then instructs each dancer and what to do, instructs each dancer what to do and when. From this perspective, phonetic transcriptions of utterances are depictions encoded in a particular alphabet of biologically implemented choreographic instructions, which can be executed by anatomical structures that let speakers perform some impressive vocal gymnastics. Though one shouldn't be surprised if alphabets that were invented long ago without this specific purpose in mind are not quite what phonologists need. Similarly, I think the logical forms that semanticists often posit are best viewed as initial depictions, encoded in a notation designed for other purposes, of certain instructions for how to build concepts. So one of the things that Petrosky does at length in the book is to argue that a Freudian Begriffsschrift is not the right sort of notation for articulating the structure of natural languages or idiolects. But the idea remains that an idiolect is indeed a Begriffsschrift, a concept script, notation for thought, instructions for accessing and assembling concepts. Now, Petrosky thinks that this view of what semantics ought to be up to should be pitted against a truth conditional semantics, which really has as its heart a sort of picture theory of meaning. But I, in fact, think that in the Tractatus itself, it's shown how the two views or the two projects are, in fact, compatible. And the key idea here is the idea of projection, to go back to the first quote there that I provided. So I just want to provide a few more remarks from the Tractatus here. What any picture of whatever form must have in common with reality in order to be able to depict it correctly or incorrectly in any way at all is logical form, that is the form of reality. The picture whose pictorial form is logical form is called a logical picture. A logical picture of facts is a thought. A state of affairs is thinkable. What this means is that we can picture it to ourselves. The totality of true thoughts is a picture of the world. Now you can see the form at a time. That would be like anatomy. But to know its significance, you have to see it move. Physiology, the evolution of the dance. In a proposition, a thought finds an expression that can be perceived by the senses. We use read, produce, reproduce by reading the perceptible sign, dance, song, of a proposition spoken or written, danced or played, as a projection of a possible situation. The method of projection is to think of the sense of the proposition.
David?
Yes.
Can you give me a moment, please? I would like to know, do we have any questions in plan for David? Because if we don't, the time is up, but you have 5 more minutes that were intended for discussion. So if there are no questions, then you can finish your topic in 5 minutes, if that is okay with you.
I mean, I can just wrap up. I mean, yeah, I'd be interested if people have any questions.
That's okay. You have 5 more minutes if we don't have any questions. There are no questions.
Okay. Right. Well, hopefully I've made myself intelligible. Hopefully some people are following the instructions here. Right, so it's only in use that the picture has its status as such. Wittgenstein writes, I call the sign with which we express a thought a propositional sign. A proposition is a propositional sign in its projective relation to the world. The act of projection, production or reproduction of the proposition is articulated. It's articulate. An articulation according to the structure or form of the proposition. A proposition is not a blend of words, just as a theme in music is not a blend of notes. A proposition is articulate. Language and thought, the thoughts observed by language, is productive and systematic, and so we have an empirical transcendental argument that it's compositional. It must be, provided that it's systematic and productive. In a proposition, a thought can be expressed in such a way that the elements of the propositional sign correspond to the objects of the thought. The language has its life and use. In order to recognize a symbol by its sign, we must observe how it is used with a sense. A sign does not determine a logical form unless it is taken together with its logico-syntactical movement. If a sign is useless, it is meaningless. I point finally to a pair of passages, one from the Tractatus and one from the Philosophical Investigations, which indicate the direction of the lines of thought Wittgenstein takes in later work, already, I think, present although in somewhat inchoate form in the Tractatus. Propositions are like arrows, they have sense. That's Tractatus 3.1.4.4. How does it come about, he asks in the Philosophical Investigations 4.5.4, that this arrow points? The answer, the arrow points only in the application that a living being makes of it. Now, if facts are states of affairs, and states of affairs are events, because events are property exemplifications, and states of affairs are property exemplifications. If facts are pictures, pictures are events. If pictures are events, they are picturings. But they picture, to quote Wittgenstein now, only the application that a living being makes of it. This making something of the picture is an act, and so an event. To make the picture picture what it is intended to picture is to reproduce the act which produced the picture. That is, to reproduce the picturing, and so the picture. I'll stop here. There's more, there's a lot more, but
We have 2 more minutes.
like I've been turning on for long enough. The main things I want to convey have been conveyed.
All right. Well, we do have 2 more minutes. If you have any questions for David or any comments.
Comments are fine too. You can tell me I'm wrong. You can point to the places where I've said things that aren't in line with your reading of Wittgenstein.
There are no comments or questions. However, I have a comment.
Okay.
As a professional host and public speaking trainer, I must say that you gave me quite a mini heart attack when I saw the number of your slides. But I'm also more than fascinated that you were able to go across more than 30 slides in 22 minutes. So that was really something.
I don't know if that's it's maybe a bit of a backhanded compliment, but I guess I'll take it. Thank you.
Yeah, I find it quite fascinating, in fact. So yeah, great job and very interesting presentation. And I'm really sorry that we don't have a time to see everything because I was really interested.
Thank you. Yeah, again, this is, I mean, it's maybe not the best advertisement, but it's really just a sketch of an advertisement for the paper, which is much, much longer. There's a lot more detail. Yeah, but anyway, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. We will continue with our program. I would like to welcome again our next 2 speakers. José Antonio Pereira Escobar from Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, Switzerland, and Denis Sedika from the University of Hamburg, Germany, with the topic Meaning as Use, Rule Bending, and AI Safety.
Oh, thank you very much for the friendly introduction. And also thank you very much for the previous speakers for these nice talks. So hi, I'm Dennis from the University of Hamburg, where I studied mathematics, and now I'm a PhD student in philosophy. And José Antonio Perez Escobar from the ATH has like a background in neuroscience and in philosophy. He just finished his PhD there. And maybe I should say a few words about AI safety, the last 2 words in our title. There is a lot that can go wrong in AI, and that even can go wrong in AI right now. You can have false classifications, it could be slow, there could be biases against some group of people. And all of this should be tackled as well. But like AI safety, in the sense we want to focus on, is, so to speak, more on a problem that's hopefully far in the future, but if technique develops fastly, it may be a problem that's not too far away, which would have like existential problematic consequences. So could an AI go so wrong that we as humanity would suffer as a whole? And now it gets like just a simple argument, even if the chances of that happening is very slow, as if the outcome is sufficiently bad, it's reasonable to care about this. And this is like the line of research of AI safety we want to talk about. And more concrete, we want to talk about one special problem in AI safety, which is the alignment problem. And this is like nothing new. This is well known. There are beautiful expositions of this problem, for instance, by Robert Miles. that give us like one other go. When we cannot speak directly to the computer, we cannot just say do this or that, we have to write code. And the problem is where those two things align, our goal and what we actually implemented in the system. And to give a toy example, I could think, well, we should cure people who are sick. And now I want to implement this to my very futuristic and very strong doctor robot, which can go around, and it should go through the people. And whenever somebody is sick, subtract one, and we would minimize that. So the doctor robot should cure a person. This would maximize its success function. We want to maximize the utility. And this is like a good goal, an honorable goal. But reading through this toy example again, we would say, okay, every sick person gives me a minus point. But if I just kill everybody, I stay to the optimal solution. I will get like 0 points, which is the maximum if this is the whole utility function. And here something went horribly wrong, as you can see. And this is, of course, a weird example, but things even go wrong nowadays due to like a biased sample set and things like that. So the goals can be misaligned. And actually, the problem is even worse because an optimizer, so to speak, is often something like a set of heuristics that gets out of an optimization process. So like humans, we don't think about, well, I should replicate my genes or whatever all the time. I have other goals, which, so to speak, happen to have beneficial outcomes for the goals on the gene level or wherever evolution takes place, which is another debate. So actually, the problem is much worse. We implement something which then turns like into a computer, a real optimizer, the MESA optimizer, so to speak, and we have the problem whether my goal and the base optimizer aligns, and then we have like the secondary problem whether the second goal and the MESA goal actually align, but maybe that's now nothing to care too much for this presentation. So now the question remains, what can we do here and how could philosophers help? And as Jose will argue, we think a Wittgensteinian perspective could help actual practice here.
Okay, thank you, Dennis, for this introduction to the alignment problem in AI. What we are going to do now in this second half of the presentation is to try to formulate the alignment problem in Wittgensteinian terms and see if this framing has some value in order to try to solve the problem or to try to ameliorate the problem. So for this endeavor, we're going to describe two key terms in late Wittgenstein's philosophy, which are rule bending and meaning as use. So first, meaning as use is the broader one, I would say. It is based on the idea that symbols and words do not have any intrinsic unequivocal meaning, but in order to know the meaning of symbols and words, we need to see how they are put to use. We need to see them in practice. And then it is easy to see why we get rule bending. This is unexpected outcomes of rules when we adopt a meaning as use perspective. Like if the meaning of orders, for example, of commands is not an intrinsic property of the symbols, then it may have different meanings. It means that we can use the rules, we can obey the rules in different ways based on the meaning projected on the rule. And this is why if we expect use A of a rule, but we get use B from the person that is obeying our rule, then we could say that this person is making a bent use of the rule, an unexpected use of the rule. So Wittgenstein, for example, in the lectures on the foundations of mathematics, has many has many remarks that can help us formulate the AI alignment problem in his terms. He says, for example, that we all know how to go on 1, 2, 3 by intuition. But suppose an intuition to go on 1, 2, 3, 4 was a wrong intuition, or wasn't an intuition. Whether he knows it or not is simply a question of whether he does it as we taught him. It is not a question of intuition at all, more like an act of decision than intuition. But to say it's a decision won't help so much as we all do it the same way. But then the problem remains, why do we usually follow rules the same way? So what keeps humans aligned so that when I tell you, for example, sit down, you will actually put your butt in your chair, so to say. If we know why this happens, then we can maybe translate this to the alignment problem. Then he also says that did your pointing determine the way he has to go? Might that mean, did you point in one direction or in two directions? We may want to wonder whether we point in one or two directions to the AI. What are we doing with the AI exactly when we give a command? And then finally, he says, by the words of ordinary language, we conjure up a familiar picture, but we need more than the right picture. We need to know how it is used. And here he hints at how the alignment problem between humans at least can be solved. At least you can, if I'm going to obey an order, I can ask the person that gave me the order, show me what you mean by using the order so that I know what you mean. There are many more claims about this, and also claims on why this doesn't only apply to ordinary language, but also to formal languages and mathematics in the lectures and in the remarks. Next slide, please. So what we see is that humans are also misaligned in a similar fashion, at least to some degree, and that clarification of ordinary language, and in the context of logic and mathematics, more elaboration by using formally defined language can only do so much. Like, it doesn't solve the problem of misalignment between humans, but it can maybe improve things as a matter of degree. Then what can we make as humans to keep the misalignment problem under control? What Wittgenstein says in the context of rule following and bending, well, he talks about psychological jams at the individual level. He talks about practices at the group level, social level, and practices at a broader cultural level. A similarity among these parameters, so if you belong to my culture, if you belong to my group, if you have similar psyche as I have, it may keep the misalignment problem, maybe not solved, but it can keep it like fine, at least can keep it in an acceptable way. But the issue remains, what are we telling the machine to do when we're giving the AI orders? Where are we pointing to in Wittgensteinian terms? So by reading Wittgenstein late philosophy, as I said, we identify the three main parameters from macro to micro that keep the so-called alignment problem, which we extrapolate to humans, under control. These are the cultural, social, and psychological levels. Now, say, for example, I communicate with an individual who belongs to my culture, but doesn't belong to my immediate social groups. We don't have any shared groups and so on. And I can communicate with this individual only so far. And then I communicate with a second human who also belongs to my culture and also belongs to my social immediate groups. So chances are that communication, the alignment problem between the latter human is reduced, it's more manageable than the alignment problem with the first human that I identified. So how do I make the first human who only pertains to my cultural environment but not my social environment, how can I make him understand me better? So besides using my language in practice, I can also include the human in my social groups so that he observes how my social group behaves when we use language. So we can progressively solve the alignment problem between humans following this onion model that we have with 3 layers. In the former talk, we had a model on the different senses of Wittgensteinian uses in mathematics. Here, this model is about the parameters of rule following in the Wittgensteinian philosophy, which is complementary to the other, but applied to a different problem. But then still the problem remains. This is what we do to solve the human alignment problem. But how do we solve the human-machine alignment problem based on this on the input that I just gave? Next slide, please. So we have 2 different strategies, which one is to humans become more like machines, and the second is to humanize machines, at least in the context of the alignment problem and the Wittgensteinian framing that I just gave. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first strategy is to, we could call it to machinize humans, to prevent humans from bending rules. So we can ask, can humans who are natural rule benders stop bending rules? And this is in a way the objective of, let's say, becoming perfect programmers. Like the better I can program, the less I bend rules in a way. But as we said, this is a possibility because clarification and the use of formal languages can solve the alignment problem to a certain degree. And this is why becoming a better programming can help with alignment problem. But there's still the fact that even master programmers make mistakes and bugs. And in this context, in the context of AI that has a lot of power and a lot of processing power in order to fulfill goals, a simple mistake, as we saw, can be fatal. And master programmers still make mistakes and bugs because we cannot abstract ourselves from our psychological, social, and cultural contingencies in an absolute manner. In the parameter, we cannot detach ourselves from the parameters identified before completely. And Wittgenstein also denies this possibility. This is why we will always need interpretation of legal codes in court. Doesn't matter how long and precise and clear the legal code is, or in a more Wittgensteinian classical example, the rules of chess, even if you clarify them, will never be exhaustive. So Wittgenstein says that this is not the way to go, or he would say strategy 1 is not the way to go because we cannot walk, humans cannot walk on slippery ice where there is no friction. We need the friction in our language. So what is the second strategy? The second strategy is the inverse. Let's try to make AIs rule benders. In the sense, I mean, machines are deterministic and they use language in a deterministic way, but we can make them rule benders to some extent if we make them sensitive to the Wittgensteinian parameters that make us humans rule benders. So it's not making humans aligned to machines, it's about making machines aligned to humans. Wittgenstein says that is one trained in such a way that when I point, it is correct to go in a certain direction and incorrect to go in other directions. As we said before, the best way for Wittgenstein to learn, to be trained in the use of commands and orders and rules is to see how they are used. And here Wittgenstein talks about training. So this already gives us how we could make machines rule benders. This is an alternative of the most mainstream way of making AIs more precise, which is by adding exceptions. Like in the example that we saw before, the adding exceptions would be, but don't kill people, please. Training in natural contexts in the Wittgensteinian spirit and in a way that is sensitive to the Wittgensteinian parameters that we identified is an alternative to the mainstream exception adding encoding. But also one could say, but AIs are already trained. There are already procedures for training AI. So what's new here? Well, then the key here is that training should be based in the critical alignment parameters that we can identify across the different Wittgensteinian examples in his books. And these examples, these parameters, can also point at different alignment methodologies that we could implement in AI. So we think strategy 2 is the way to go by extrapolating from Wittgensteinian philosophy. And we also identify what kind of parameters should constitute the training of AIs in order to make them rule benders in a way that they can be aligned with how us humans use language and bend rules. And then based on the Wittgenstein text, we can also identify two possible strategies in which we could implement strategy 2. One could be vicarious learning. That is because what I mean with a rule, I need to express by use. AIs can be, let's say, made in a way that they observe human rules in natural context, so that humans present rules and also use them. And during this vicarious learning of seeing how people use rules, they need to be sensitive to the 3 parameters identified before. Also, these 3 parameters can be then made more precise, and they can be classified in sub-parameters as well. And then the second strategy is also sensitive to the same parameters, but instead of vicarious, instead of showing by acting, we can let the AI behave in a control environment, behave in response to the presentation of rules, and then the human gives feedback on the execution of the rule. But during this learning process, the AI needs to be hard-coded in order to be sensitive to the parameters identified before. For example, if I give an order to the AI, find the exit in this maze, and then the AI does something, and it doesn't fulfill what I wanted the AI to do, I can say, yes, this is correct, or no, this is incorrect. But the AI doesn't need only to extract the yes, no information on whether the performance is good, but also on who's giving the rule, the culture of the person that is giving the rule, the social parameters as well, and if possible, the psychological parameters, in order to align the AI, to make the AI learn in the same way, or in a similar way, at least inspired by the way that I wanted the person that belongs in my culture, but not in my social groups, to solve the human-human alignment problem. And that is everything. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? It seems that we don't have any questions. Thank you. Our last speaker today is Richard Elliott from Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., United States, with the topic Resolving the Civic Status of a Contradiction, Rule Following and the Development of a Wittgensteinian Social Theory.
Hi, so thank you very much for inviting me. This has been a fantastic conference, and I've really enjoyed all the the talks that I've been to. I'm only sort of sad that I can't be there in person. Yes, to start, let's see. Yep. Resolving the civic status of a contradiction, rule following the development of a Wittgensteinian social theory. So yes, what is motivating this particular presentation? Well, basically, I want to address a philosophical problem that Wittgenstein identifies in the philosophical investigations, the civic status of a contradiction. And the reason why I think this is a really interesting issue to address is because, in my opinion, it's been overlooked by philosophers attempting to explain the social and political implications of Wittgenstein's thought. Now, today I'm going to approach this from a sort of social Wittgensteinian perspective. That means I'm going to draw on the work of sort of some great philosophers like Peter Winch, Hannah Pitkin, Annie Yannick, James Tully, and many Marxist and feminist Wittgensteinians. I should say that the kind of base assumption that this talk works on is that it is possible to have a positive application of Wittgenstein's ideas, particularly rule following, to social and political thought. Of course, there is a sort of large alternative school that holds that is not possible, that takes a more sort of therapeutic reading. And there is a sort of substantial kind of debate between these two groups. I'm going to bracket that debate for today because I want to go sort of deeper into this specific issue that Wittgenstein identifies. So, rule following social subjectivity. Now, Wittgenstein's later philosophy emphasizes the fundamental indeterminacy of meaning. The meaning of words and concepts is contained within a series of overlapping uses or family resemblances. No aspect of meaning is either necessary or sufficient within this series of family resemblances. And it's only by using shared language games that we can sort of collectively identify a specific meaning. Now, of course, when we play language games with others, we are following rules. And as you can see, this sort of fantastic quotation, we lay down rules, a technique for playing the game. Rules are obviously a critical part of the language games that Wittgenstein envisages. Of course, when we play games, these are also grounded in specific circumstances. All of these language games have an intrinsically communal character. Now, of course, that's also moderate controversial, but I follow Malcolm in suggesting that essentially language games require a consensus of action. Now, taking that as a sort of broad overview of Wittgenstein's sort of argument within the philosophical investigations, we can see that there's already a sort of very strong social dimension. Now, I would go further and suggest that it's not just that Wittgenstein is describing a sort of theory of meaning that has a significant social dimension, but he also sort of really outlines a social subjectivity. And I think a sort of strong basis for suggesting this is simply the way Wittgenstein outlines his theory. He focuses on instruction, and specifically on the example of sort of teaching and learning. And when he does this, he focuses specifically on the subjective experience of the language users and the intersubjective experience of those that are assessing whether or not they understand when they sort of continue a series or when they apply a word correctly. The social subjectivity of applying and extending a rule is such a critical part of Wittgenstein's theory that I think it's sort of, there is an intrinsic sort of social element, of course. Another way of understanding this is sort of this Wittgensteinian concept of a form of life. But in sort of social theory terms, we might think of this as a sort of social subjectivity. Now, by focusing on the moments where shared meaning breaks down, we can understand the social subjectivity a little bit better and gain an insight into the social and political structures that are shaping meaning. Now, the fundamental indeterminacy of meaning means that when we do apply rules within different circumstances, we might emphasize different aspects of meaning, different parts of the family resemblance, and that may actually change the meaning. However, when we do this, we often insist that we're following the same rule, and that's critical, because when we insist that we're following the same rule, but sort of engage in different practices or emphasize different aspects of meaning, we may be subtly modifying the rule. This modification can occur sort of naturally or gradually over time within a linguistic community. In that case, we might be tempted to think about it in terms of evolution. And we can think of sort of concepts that have evolved gradually over time, such as science, that had a very different meaning hundreds of years ago. or it may be an act of deliberate modification. The example I always think of when I think of this is Machiavelli and the way in which he sort of attempted to rhetorically redescribe the term virtue through the Prince. And so in this sense, there is kind of a social and political dimension, and particularly a political dimension, to the way in which language changes, the way in which meaning is modified, and the rules are modified over time. There is also intrinsically in sort of the Wittgensteinian sort of social subjectivity, the possibility of different interpretations or different practices sort of clashing. And Alan Yannick has pointed this out as a sort of clash of essentially contested concepts. It's a sort of a contradiction that emerges in our language use. Of course, Yannick has emphasized the sort of contested aspect of this, but I think in philosophical investigations, Wittgenstein is also keen to point out that this can be a more collaborative process. I'm thinking particularly of the section in philosophical investigations where he talks about drawing a boundary, but not simply as a sort of means of exclusion or conflict, but also as a means of encouraging others to jump over that boundary. Once again, we see there's a sort of strong social and political dimension here, because there is the possibility for competition or collaboration, and the balance between these two things within the linguistic community is sort of a political aspect. Now, when contradictions emerge, we do have a problem, because obviously, in order for sort of in order for language to fulfill its purpose, we need to have a fairly stable consensus of action. We need to sort of resolve these contradictions, and that's the main issue that we're looking at today. So here is the sort of section 125 from Philosophical Investigations in full. Of course, the very end of that is the piece that I quoted earlier. Evidently, Wittgenstein does acknowledge the problem of a contradiction, and he sees this as sort of intrinsic to understanding meaning. However, he sees the philosopher's role as being simply to reflect on or describe the emergence of contradiction and sort of see how this would sort of have an implication for meaning. So he would likely reject the idea of resolving a contradiction. This fits into his broader kind of descriptive project. Of course, very famously, Wittgenstein sort of noted that anything hypothetical should be taken out of our considerations. All explanation must disappear and description alone must take its place. How are we to sort of reconcile this with this more kind of normative project of attempting to resolve contradictions and attempting to help language users to resolve contradictions? Well, Wittgenstein does acknowledge some role for normativity. Certainly he sees normativity as a sort of important part of language games. He mentions language games that involve prescription and giving orders. He also acknowledges that normativity is an intrinsically important part of rule following. So, of course, instruction is a critical part of how he understands rule following. But he's unwilling to sort of go beyond and prescribe any normative role for the philosopher. Now, I think some sort of social Wittgensteinians have already addressed this in part. Peter Winch has sort of highlighted that the implications of Wittgenstein's ideas are that the philosopher can never take a purely descriptive approach, because to do so would basically involve simply describing the physical actions that members of the linguistic community are engaging with, or the physical actions that they are performing when they follow rules, without a real understanding of the meaning behind those physical actions. And that really, to understand what's going on here, we need to step into the conceptual framework of practices. We need to adopt a grammatical approach that has some normative dimension. And so there is a sort of normative aspect of what the philosopher is doing here. But I would say that we need to sort of understand that the normative part is not simply limited, it's much more sort of expansive than that, because essentially we still have this contradiction. The contradiction needs to be resolved. And what Wittgenstein is doing in the philosophical investigations is helping us to untangle puzzles. Well, what we're doing here is helping language users to sort of understand meaning. And in order to do that, in order to sort of prescribe the most meaningful way forward, we need to take a sort of slightly normative approach. I mean, for no other reason, we want to kind of avoid the imposition of a simple or sort of uniform or natural rule across all forms of language following. So we want to be able to prescribe a norm that allows many different ways of following a rule and that doesn't sort of rely on a single kind of theoretical framework. So this is a kind of grammatical normativity. It's not a normativity that's grounded in moral valence, but it is a normativity that allows us to sort of participate in this very contingent process of following rules. It sort of supports our language using process. Now, one quick note on normativity: a lot of political and social theorists that have looked at Wittgenstein have tended to emphasize the way in which Wittgenstein sort of sees normativity as a sort of constraining picture. A picture holds us captive, and we can't escape it. And there is a tendency to use Wittgenstein as a sort of tool to emancipate language users and sort of citizens generally from the constraining pictures or norms that keep them captive. Now, I don't think that the fact that this is a danger ultimately precludes any normative dimensions to rule following practice, or to the philosopher's role in norm following practice. An awareness of this danger doesn't preclude a norm that acts to resolve contradiction and supports a plurality of rule following practices. Now, in the last part of this presentation, I want to think a bit more about this norm and unpack the social and political dimensions of the sort of civic status of a contradiction. In the process, hopefully we'll gesture slightly towards the foundations of a broader social theory. Of course, that would be far too big a project to sort of go into today. But I think it's worth sort of thinking about a little bit. Okay, so turning to the civic dimensions of a contradiction first. When we try to resolve a contradiction, is it an automatic process? Well, we can say no, there is no automatic resolution to contradictions that emerge in Wittgenstein, that emerge for language users. Some may be sort of surprised to hear that. Certainly some sort of people who characterize Wittgenstein as a very conservative philosopher, and quotations like the one that I've given on this slide: "When I follow the rule, I do not choose, I follow the rule blindly," are often taken to mean that Wittgenstein believes in a very strongly conventionalist understanding of rule following. Now, I would push back a little bit on that. Wittgenstein is very keen to kind of reject this notion of drill and sort of the constraint of convention. And I would say that by looking at a critical distinction that Wittgenstein makes between bounded and unbounded language shapes in the Brown books, we can understand this a bit better. So the distinction is essentially bounded games are governed by rules, and the outcomes are prescribed by a series of determinate options. Unbounded games are governed by rules in the same way, but there is no set of predetermined outcomes. In fact, there is an infinite number of potential outcomes. In unbounded rules, meaning is not simply sort of contained within a series of specific outcomes, it is generated by the practice of following the rule. In that practice of following the rule, we go beyond a sort of purely determinative process. We sort of exercise our own will as language users. And in that respect, the people who are sort of participating in this process of resolving contradiction really are engaging in a sort of a chosen or a sort of willed process. And as Wittgenstein makes very clear in the philosophical investigations, most language games are either unbounded or mixed. So we can begin, when we look at the civic dimensions of a contradiction, by saying that this is a kind of willed process that members of the community are sort of participating in. Now, given that this is a willed process, given that people are sort of actively participating, is there one fixed model of resolution that takes place over time or over all times? Well, I would say no, there is no fixed model of resolution. And the reason is because Wittgenstein sort of notes that ultimately there are many different ways of following rules. There are many different ways of sort of resolving contradictions. Sometimes we will have sort of deference to the rule as defined by a specific individual. Sometimes we will be deferential to the rule defined by a different individual. Sometimes we'll be deferential to the rule as defined by the group or the entire linguistic community. as we saw earlier, there are elements of competition and collaboration in rule following and also in the resolution of contradiction. So there is no sort of fixed normative model of resolving a contradiction in all cases. But there is always a need to stabilize meaning through the action of a linguistic community. Stability and meaning do not necessarily arise naturally. Sometimes you have interested parties who are enforcing a specific kind of rule or a specific interpretation. But given that rule following, as we sort of noted earlier, is sort of committed to this idea of meaning, of helping people to sort of express themselves through meaning and really to maximizing meaning, we can't sort of assume that a process in which one agent or individual is able to enforce their rule is correct. In fact, it's sort of, Wittgenstein really inclines towards a more pluralistic model. So as I said here, it's sort of pluralism of meaning and a sort of maximization of meaningful engagement, rather than this sort of Hobbesian image of a sort of sovereign asserting their language and their framework of meaning on everyone else. Sort of to the last sort of aspect of reflection on this problem that I'm going to go to today, given that we have a sort of series of different approaches, but we want to maximize meaning, when we come to resolve a contradiction, how do we come to a sort of grammatical resolution? Is it possible to really come to a series of different resolutions, or is there a sort of convention that's going to be driving us forward? Well, of course, there are many social and political theorists who maintain that Wittgenstein basically suggests that our rule-following processes are so constrained by convention that critical reflection is all but impossible. And I'm thinking of Gellner and Neary, who, I mean, Gellner's very critical, Neary is perhaps more positive about this particular interpretation. But they suggest that this conventionalism is so strong in following rule that we can't possibly hope to resolve a contradiction through sort of a form of critical reflection. Against this, you have other theorists like James Tully, who sort of point out that there are a plurality of different forms of critical reflection, and that these different forms can provide a sort of internal critique. So we can adapt, we can adopt different kind of positions within this framework of critical reflection and reflect each other. I certainly agree with Tully here, and I would probably go further and suggest that not only can we adopt different forms of critical reflection, but we can sort of, the nature of rule following is so dynamic that we can actually use these different forms of critical reflection to modify and change and adopt new forms of critical reflection. And given all of that, given that we have sort of outlined a form of social subjectivity that is kind of intrinsically sort of willed, that is kind of pluralistic, that is inclusive, that incorporates the entire rule following community and that attempts to maximize meaning, can we say that rule following emphasizes a specific form of social subjectivity? Well, yes, I think it's a form of social subjectivity that models language use as a form of freedom. And I think that form of freedom provides a really promising foundation for a social theory and for development of a sort of Wittgensteinian perspective on social society and politics. Thank you very much. That's everything I have to talk about, and I welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions from the audience? There are no questions. Thank you, Richard, for your speech. This was the last talk in this session, and this was the last session during this conference. We will take a short 2-minute break now, but please stay with us a couple more minutes after that at the closing and award ceremony. Dear ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days of discussion, a lot of interesting talks about various aspects of Ludwig Wittgenstein's philosophy, the symposium is coming to its end. Before saying goodbye, I would like to ask the head of the organizing committee, Assistant Professor Ines Skeletz, to join us and read the awarded participants.
Thank you very much, Maya. I also want to thank all chairs in session B and all other colleagues that help us realize this symposium. Well, I would like to thank all our speakers for their great presentations and talks, and I really enjoy in watching your presentation and listening your talks. Before I move on to this award ceremony, I would just like to say a few technical things. Well, about submitting the full papers, you will receive guidelines in the next 2 weeks because we are still in negotiations with possible publishers. And now I will move on to this award ceremony. So first award for best presentation in the category, the best presentation that deals with the topic of Wittgenstein's influence on development of artificial intelligence is for our two colleagues, Jose Antonio Perez Escobar and Denis Sarikaya, for the presentation Meaning as Use, Rule Bending and AI Safety. They had 2 presentations, but this one is awarded. And the next award in the category, the best presentation by a domestic author, is for our colleague Dusan Dožudić. for his presentation, Frege's Tractatus Letters. Now we have the award in the category, the best presentation with female author. And this is for our colleague, Varja Strain, for the presentation, The Necessity of Art. Then we have two student awards for student presentation. The first one is for a student from our faculty, Martina Kotnik-Zodleger. And well, I'm really proud of Martina because Martina is a bachelor student, and I'm very happy that she had a presentation here. And her topic was Ludwig Wittgenstein, Picture Theory. And the last one is also in the student category for the student, our colleague Claudio Fabroni, for the presentation Questioning the Body, Certainties between Epistemology and Psychopathology. Well, thank you very much. And because our colleagues are not here, the winners of awards are not here, we will contact them next week, and then we will arrange this transport of awards in different countries or cities of Croatia. So I just want to mention that sponsors of our awards were our Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, also publishing company Ulix from Croatia, who is also the main publisher of this new translation of Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, then IT company Sartura from Zagreb, and Croatian Logic Association. Thank you very much for being a part of this symposium, and I really hope that we will have an opportunity to see each other next year or in some other occasion. Thank you.
Congratulations to all awarded participants. In the end, I want to thank you all on behalf of the Faculty of Philosophy and Religious Studies, University of Zagreb, Croatia, for being a part of this symposium. Next week, you will receive all information about, I'm not sure if you heard the last sentence, so I will just repeat it. Next week, you will receive all information about sending full papers. If you need a record of your talk, please send an email to the conference email address. Stay safe. Thank you and goodbye.